Good morning. I will start by asking to elevate our court reporter, please.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Good morning. Are you ready for us to go on the record?
I am, thank you.
Thank you. I will start with introductions. Good morning. It's June 26th, 2026. It's our fourth day in a row of hearing, so um, all of us will have trouble pronouncing words today, so forgive us. I am Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I am conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st, 2024 Notice of Public Hearing and subsequent amendments. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. The audio and video are being recorded, and we will post files of the recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. And the YouTube recording will be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. We have Ms. Mullen with us today, who will be handling screen sharing. And if you are a witness, you may simply ask Ms. Mullen to advance to the next slide in your presentation when you're ready, and cross-examiners may address Ms. Mullen directly to pull up a particular exhibit. We will, as usual, take breaks, and I hope we will end well before 5 o'clock, but we will have a hard stop at 5 o'clock. With that, we had a couple of procedural items that I said we would turn to this morning. Maybe we'll do them in, I think, the reverse order of what I mentioned them before. I need to set deadlines for an offer of protestants' rebuttal exhibits. It should be fairly simple. You just need to identify them and send us an email and say you're offering them into the evidentiary record, but it is helpful for us to have in writing exactly which exhibits you're offering, including any revisions. So if you would please indicate those, that helps us. And then we need to talk about a schedule for any objections that DWR or other aligned parties may have to those exhibits, and then a deadline for responses. So let's start with that, and then we'll turn to the closing briefs question. I think I was thinking about Wednesday of next week. I believe is that the first? I will look at my calendar. Yes, the first is Wednesday. As a deadline for submitting the offer of exhibits, like I said, it's just a simple email. I don't think it'll be difficult. And then um, I wanted to look to DWR for a proposal, and others may be involved, but a proposal on any objections to those exhibits. So I will look for a hand. Looks like Ms. Morris is offering to comment on that. Please, if we can elevate Ms. Morris.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
Stephanie Morris for the Department of Water Resources. I guess we would request, just given the timing with Sir rebuttal and the due date of July 24th for that, that it would be after that deadline, perhaps August 12th or August 10th, which is a couple weeks after that deadline.
So you'd like to move it out so you have time to focus on Sir rebuttal and then move to evidentiary objections.
Yeah, I honestly, we're a small, lean, mean team.
I know, I understand. Yeah,
So
that was not a criticism. I was just making sure I understood.
yeah, we have to focus on Sir rebuttal. We have a very tight time frame, and we're just now finishing cross mostly today and then a little bit on July 8th. So yeah, we that would not leave a lot of time, and if it was falling on the same deadline, it would be very difficult for us to
Noted.
make that happen.
I will look to with a proposal for August 12th. I'm not opposed to that because I have my homework cut out for me on catching up on evidentiary rulings. You can tell that those are my favorite part of my job, but I will catch up on those. Um, I will look to protestants in the room. Are there any comments or suggestions as to if we have an August 12th deadline for objections, when an appropriate deadline for responses might be. And I know you're responding to this in real time, but we can also return to it later today, but I think we should set some kind of expectations. Wonderful. Ms. Tabor, if we can please elevate Ms. Tabor. Good morning, Ms. Tabor.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie Kelly Tabor on behalf of Sacramento County et al. Since nobody else was speaking up, I guess I'll just step forward and suggest that we don't know how extensive the objections would be, but given the need to, and the relatively short time to us review the surrebuttal and have hearing days, I would suggest the end of September for responses to evidentiary objections.
After surrebuttal is the
Right. Yes.
okay.
Roughly 45 days
from
the 12th.
I want to make sure we get it done, of course, before closing it, because I don't want to. So think about that with closing briefs too. And I realize we haven't had that discussion. Thank you, Ms. Tabor. Thank you for that comment. I think I will leave this as a pause. One thing we could do is I could set August 12th as the deadline for DWR and align parties to submit any objections, and then as part of your discussion, well, or I could set it. But it seems like it may kind of jive up with closing briefs and the deadline for those, because you'll want to know what evidence is in and out. So that is a consideration here. On closing briefs, we briefly, I think, heard the proposal of the parties discussing amongst themselves and submitting a suggestion for initially page limits, is what I heard, and then subsequently timing. That's fine with me. I would just want to make sure all of you have expectations set up. Ms. Morris, did you want to jump in on closing briefs?
Yeah, I think it would be helpful for the parties on a meet and confer. I know in sites, if we got some guidance from you, and I know in sites that you had, it looked like you had a 300-page briefing total, and then you allocated it amongst the parties. We went back and looked at the sites hearing days, and just to be fair, I think we did it roughly and looked at the whole days. We didn't count half and whole days. We just counted a day as a day. And this hearing is roughly twice as long as sites. So I think based on that, a larger record and more parties. So I think it would be helpful if you wanted to perhaps give us some guidance. And I'm sure you're going to say less is more, but on the page numbers that you would like to have us fall within.
Okay.
And you can think about that
Yeah.
and maybe before lunch or something, let us know. But that would be good guidance, in my opinion.
That seems fair. And I need to look back because frankly, I don't recall exactly what I did in sites. And let me I'll maybe on one of our breaks, or if I need to over the lunch break, I'll take a look at what we did there and try to offer some guidance. That seems fair enough.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there we didn't really resolve anything. I think we decided we need to return to this, both of these. But is there anything we should address? Oh, look, Ms. Meserve, please, can we elevate Ms. Meserve? Good morning, Ms. Meserve.
Good morning, OSHA Meserve for Contra Costa County and etc. Yeah, I guess I just want to flag that I get trying to lay out the schedule somewhat, but it's going to be, we've got the moving target of how much objections there will be, which I will point out that protestants put in very little evidentiary objections and hopefully made the hearing teams work light on that. Whether that
Wonderful.
will be, replicated, we have yet to see. But so that obviously needs to be resolved prior to, being, and as well as the transcripts, as well as what we see in DWR rebuttal. So I guess I'm just a little bit questioning kind of, I understand your idea of putting out, some kind of tentative briefing schedule and tentative page limits, but and I'm fully willing to do some meet and confer with petitioners about, and I agree that sites is a good example and that there's some differences from the sites proceeding. And overall, I think the sites briefing went okay, as from that experience in terms of the timing and the length. So we might be able to scale up a little from that based on the scale of this particular proceeding. But it just, yeah, I'm just concerned about, going too far with these decisions right now. So yeah, that's just my concern with it. But to the extent you have, some direction or feedback for us that would inform our meet and confer, that would be great. And then obviously we will be back in hearing in August, and we will on July 24th see what the scope of DWR's rebuttal is, and that will kind of give us a good idea of like how substantive that portion of the hearing is. So it's my sense that August timeframe could be a more reasonable time to be setting out the closing brief schedule.
That may make sense. Thank you, Ms. Meserve. That's thoughtful, because I can understand you do want to see that rebuttal on July 24th. That would give you a chance. I know you'll be busy too, but to meet and confer in the interim and then report back, if you will, on the hearing day, which I think the first one is the 21st, maybe something like that. That may make the most sense here. I see there are other hands, so I will turn to those. If we can elevate Mr. Krieger and also Ms. Safdie. Good morning, Mr. Krieger.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie. Miles Krieger for the State Water Contractors. I wanted to chime in about the evidentiary objections and the timeline for that. A thought occurred to me. It seems, based on what Ms. Morris proposed, that there's about 2 weeks after DWR and SWC submit rebuttal to get the evidentiary objections in order. And so it occurred to me that it might be, fair to have responses to those evidentiary objections due 2 weeks after rebuttal closes. And that might put sort of a more narrow sort of cabining of time for those, so that we can then have some more clarity about what the closing briefing schedule might be. So I wanted to throw that in there as something that might help that later closing brief discussion.
And after rebuttal closes, you thank you, Mr. Krieger. You and if we set, I think we're at least right now we're going to hear from Ms. Safdie, but we're looking at September 3rd, so roughly September 3rd plus 2 weeks is your proposal.
Yeah, and I'd also like to suggest, with respect to the timing on getting parameters around closing briefing, we've obviously done case in chief, rebuttal, and rebuttal, and each phase gets narrower and narrower and narrower. So hopefully there's not a lot of time that we can spend
yes.
closing brief sort of structure. So just want everyone to keep that in mind. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Safdie, please. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Hearing Officer. I did just want to make a quick note. I know this has come up previously, but just as a reminder that our tribal clients will be engaged in annual ceremony during August. So to the extent that there are evidentiary objections that come up that would require consultation with our clients, I wanted to make sure that the hearing office was aware of that. If there's a meet and confer, we'll, among the protestants, we'll work that out when we propose a timeline for responses to evidentiary objections.
Thank you. Ms. Morris.
On that note, Ms. Safdie, do you have an update about the rebuttal dates that were trying to be added? Or
yeah, Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Ms. Worth is going to be responding shortly after consulting with the clients. We expect the September 3rd date would likely work, and we'll send out an answer to the service list as she indicated. Actually, one note on that, if we could, and we'll include this in that email, is that if it's possible to schedule all of the witnesses on that same day who are addressing DTEC subjects, that would be appreciated on our end, but we'll include that in the email when we respond.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Safdie, for that update.
Thank you.
All right, I am digesting this. This is very helpful. We also have July 8th when some of us will see each other again. I realize all of you may not be there on our additional day. I think what I'm looking at right now is that we'll be setting an August 12th deadline for DWR to submit, that we're setting Wednesday, July 1st as the deadline for protestants to go ahead and get in your list of exhibits. And that's, like I said, that should be a pretty easy exercise. August 12th for DWR to file objections. I'm going to leave open a deadline for protestants to file responses for now, but it sounds like the earliest would be September 17th. I don't know what day of the week that is. So something in that range, mid-late September. And I'll set a deadline for that. We'll be sending out some kind of amended hearing notice. And then leaving open the closing brief issue. I will give some more guidance on general expectations for page limits and how you want to work with that in your discussions. And then we will leave open the timing of closing briefs until we know more. But the expectation is that you would confer with one another after July 24th, and that we would have a decision-making discussion about it in our August dates. If we can please elevate Ms. Auftenberg. Good morning, Ms. Auftenberg. There we go.
Am I up? Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, I can see you and hear you.
Good morning. I just wanted to make it clear or ask for clarification on when you say DWR objections, just to help us figure out where reclamation falls in there.
Yes, DWR, and I'm sorry, I've been using that as a shorthand. DWR, and what I would say, I was calling aligned parties, but the state water contractors, reclamation.
Okay.
That all together. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And please, I will try to not make that error in the hearing notice, but I think I've done it before where I omit the aligned parties, and I apologize for that. I will try to be clear. Are there other questions, issues we should discuss before we get started with our main event? Ms. Meserve.
Just wanted to respond briefly to Mr. Krieger's suggestion of the 2 weeks from the close of the rebuttal for the responses to objections to evidence. That may be adequate time. It really depends on the volume of,
yeah.
Right.
Noted.
So I guess I just want to point that out. It could be totally reasonable. It may not be reasonable at all.
Let's yes, and you will know, and we can have a chance to if we need to, we can revisit it in the August hearing days. But I will set something out. But your caveat is noted.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I think we are ready to turn to, I believe Ms. Cooley is first, and who should I be looking to introduce Ms. Cooley? Looks like if we can elevate Mr. Flanders and also Ms. Cooley, please. Good morning, Mr. Flanders.
Hi, good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
And you will be presenting, Ms. Cooley. Are the two witnesses separate or as a panel?
They will be separate.
Great. Excuse me while I shuffle my papers here. Good morning, Ms. Cooley.
Morning.
And as I recall, you previously testified in this proceeding, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you recall taking the oath with respect to your testimony in this hearing?
I do recall taking it.
Thank you. Then with that, to you, Mr. Flanders.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Ms. Cooley. Thanks for joining us again this morning. If we could begin, perhaps, Ms. Mullen, by elevating Exhibit FOR 137. And thank you. If you could perhaps scroll down to the first page. Thank you. Ms. Cooley, are you familiar with this document, FOR 137?
Yes, I am.
And does this appear to be a true and correct copy of your written rebuttal testimony for this matter?
Yes.
And are you also familiar with exhibits FOR 138 through 147 as exhibits to this testimony?
Yes.
Would you like to present a summary of your testimony today?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, and please proceed.
Okay, thank you. And please leave up this exhibit because I will walk through it. But thank you, Mr. Flanders, Hearing Officer Kinsey, and other parties for the opportunity to testify today. As way of reminder, my name is Heather Cooley. I have over 20 years of experience evaluating the potential for water efficiency and new local water supplies in California, as well as the cost and benefits of those strategies. I've been lead or co-author on dozens of studies focused on these topics, and I've also served in leadership and advisory roles on state and national water policy bodies. Today, I'll be responding to Brandon Goshi's rebuttal testimony, that's SOC 903, and summarizing my written response that was submitted in April of this year. I will take this opportunity to clarify my analytical approach, address some of the factual errors and mischaracterizations in Mr. Goshi's rebuttal testimony, and reaffirm that the conclusions regarding the cost effectiveness and potential of water efficiency and the alternative supply options that I presented are well grounded in accepted methods and best available data and information. So as I noted at the outset, what I'll do in my presentation is sort of walk through this document and summarize the key points in each of the major sections. So Ms. Mullen, if you wouldn't mind scrolling down to the next section, I believe it's titled Levelized Costs. Perfect. Perfect, thank you. So we'll first turn to the levelized cost analysis. In my original testimony, I had presented research showing that water efficiency measures are among the most cost-effective water supply alternatives available. It also showed that urban stormwater capture and various forms of recycled water and brackish desalination are more costly per unit of water, but still less expensive than what I presented around seawater desalination. These estimates use a well-established methodology that accounts for the full capital and operating cost of the water supply or the efficiency investment over its useful life. This approach provides a consistent basis for comparing alternatives that can differ in scale, that can differ in the ownership, whether it's utility or customer owned, and the lifespan. Contrary to Mr. Goshi's claims, this approach does not conflate the customer and utility perspective. Rather, it takes a broader view and includes all of the relevant costs and savings, regardless of whether they accrue to the utility or the customer. And this approach is necessary for a fair and unbiased comparison of water efficiency and supply options. For the efficiency measures that I evaluated, the water conserved also reduces the operating and maintenance costs. Indoor efficiency measures lower wastewater treatment costs, and some of the measures, things like efficient shower heads or clothes washers, also reduce hot water usage, and that saves energy and lowers energy costs. Water efficient landscapes, for example, can also reduce maintenance, fertilizer, and pesticide costs. So consistent with the treatment of the water supply alternatives, where we looked at the capital and operating costs, the capital and operating cost of these efficiency measures are then annualized over the life of the investment. And again, that's designed to do more of a fair and consistent comparison between supply and efficiency options. I'll note that in some cases, the lifetime savings from a water efficiency measure exceed its upfront cost. And that results in a negative levelized cost. To put it in a little less wonkier terms, those are sort of cost savings, right? Again, looking over the lifetime. Most of those measures save hot water, which reduces those energy use and energy costs that I mentioned. And because energy price have nearly doubled since the analysis that I conducted was completed, the savings from these measures are even greater today. So as a result, many of the efficiency measures that save hot water are even more cost effective now than they were when the analysis was completed. If we can scroll, Ms. Mullen, down to the next section under the water, I believe it's titled Water Conservation Investments. Right there. Thank you so much. So now turning to the discussion about the conservation investments. So Mr. Goshi's testimony incorrectly suggested that conservation improvements are achieved only through utility incentive programs. However, savings are also being realized every day because of state and national efficiency codes and standards, multiplier effects due to observed behavior of others, education and public communication around droughts and shortages, and a host of other factors. So just to expand on that a little bit, as one example, California has among the strongest water efficiency standards and codes in the United States. They cover a range of devices in residential and commercial settings. These are things like toilets and shower heads, faucets, and clothes washers. Because of this, and these standards are such that if your old appliance wears out, or if you're looking to a new appliance, when you go to the store, it's the only model you can buy in California. Because of this, there's routine replacement of these old devices by more efficient devices. These are often referred to as sort of passive savings, which are in effect free to the utility. The utility is not spending money to achieve those savings. As another example, a metropolitan-sponsored study found that there's a multiplier effect of their landscape conversion programs. That's where residents were more likely to transform their landscape without a rebate from Metropolitan after their neighbors received a rebate. So that study found that for every 100 rebate participants, the multiplier, and this is a quote from that study, the multiplier effect helped contribute to an additional 132 parcels to convert to drought-tolerant landscapes. So both of these examples point to the fact that customers make investments in conservation without direct financial incentives from their water provider. And as water and energy costs continue to rise, customers are more likely to replace those inefficient appliances, fixtures, and landscapes with more efficient models and to alter their behavior. These effects have driven important improvements in efficiency, and they can continue to do so as our 2022 analysis shows around the conservation potential. We know there's still savings to be achieved. Some of those will be done through these more passive or without the direct investment of the utility. Direct financial incentives from the water provider can accelerate efficiency improvements, and increasing those investments or those incentives, further boosts customer participation. So currently, Metropolitan invests about $195 per acre foot of water conserved for its water conservation device program, a bit more, about $500 to $550 an acre foot for its turf replacement programs. To put those numbers into perspective, DWR has, in some of the analyses that were presented, states the approximate historical cost of delivering state water project to Southern California is about $600 per acre foot. That doesn't include some conveyance costs or treatment or delivery costs, nor does it include the cost of the Delta Conveyance project. Likewise, Mr. Goshi's rebuttal testimony states the life cycle cost of Metropolitan's pure water Southern California is around $2,900 to $3,100 per acre foot. So given the historical and even the cost of water and the proposed water supplies for Southern California, Metropolitan could dramatically and cost effectively increase their incentives and still be better off in terms of both water supply and financial health. Moving on to the stormwater runoff, Ms. Mullen, if you could advance to that section. Perfect, that's great, thank you so much. Mr. Goshi mischaracterized both the stormwater potential analysis and the associated cost estimates, and so I'll take the time to sort of talk through those. The stormwater runoff estimates I presented represent the technical potential. That is the amount of runoff generated under existing development patterns in wet, average, and dry years. As I stated in my written testimony, additional analysis would be needed to determine what portion is economically and technically feasible to capture at a local level. These are high-level estimates, as I noted, and so then translating those into the local supply is important, but not what I was trying to characterize. Second, Mr. Goshi argues that I double counted existing stormwater capture. The analysis cited in my testimony did not include stormwater that is already captured because we don't know how much that is. We don't have those estimates yet, and we still don't have those today. There is an effort underway from the state board, an analysis that will be released later this year to get a better sense of those numbers, but they're likely small compared to the amount of uncaptured runoff that's generated. So even accounting for those, there's still significant opportunity to expand stormwater capture. In addition, Mr. Goshi had suggested the analysis failed to account for seasonal or regional rainfall patterns. That's incorrect. The analysis is based on historical South Coast rainfall data, and seasonal variability is reflected in those estimates. We're simply reporting the number on an annual basis, just for comparative purposes. Fourth, the estimates were based on the best public available information at the time and drew from 10 proposed stormwater projects included in state and local planning databases. The analysis were in 2015 dollars simply because that's when the study was completed. And so I just wanted to sort of clarify that point as well. And again, I think that was fairly clear in the original testimony, but there was some critique of that in the rebuttal. Finally, with respect to the stormwater piece, Mr. Goshi incorrectly stated I omitted treatment costs. The estimates in my testimony include the cost of capturing the stormwater, putting underground, then extracting that as groundwater and treating it to drinking water standards. So those are comparable numbers. I did the best that was possible to put all of those on an even basis by which to compare them. That was the whole purpose of the analysis. So overall, with respect to the stormwater runoff potential costs, the analysis relied on accepted methods and the best available data and information, and demonstrates that stormwater capture remains a significant opportunity to expand local water supplies. If we could, Ms. Mullen, scroll down to the recycled water section. Yeah, thank you. And actually, if you could go down to the figure 1, it's a little bit below this, and I'll talk through this. So turning to recycled water, Mr. Goshi and I agree on a key point. There are significant opportunities for expanding water recycling in metropolitan surface area and across the South Coast. Our primary disagreement is over the cost estimates. However, when the numbers are compared on a consistent basis, the differences largely disappear. If we look at this figure, and I'll explain this so that it's a bit clear. What I'm showing here are the cost estimates for various types of recycled water. So in the top, it's for non-potable reuse. So that's sort of the purple pipe types of ways we're using it for irrigation and other non-potable uses. And then in the second part of the table below, the cost of indirect potable reuse. I included the cost of the facility plus, as I noted, the cost for, in the case of non-potable reuse, distribution of that water. Those distribution costs can be high, as is shown here, and in the cost of the indirect potable reuse for conveyance, groundwater extraction, and treatment. As I indicated, those were included. And what I'm showing here, again, if you look across these, that the cost for recycled water ranges from about $1,500 to $2,700 per acre foot in 2015 dollars. If we adjust those to 2021 dollars, which were the basis of the numbers Mr. Goshi presented, my estimates increased to roughly $1,700 to $3,100 an acre foot. That falls within the range that Mr. Goshi reported. He cited 1,000 to 3,500. I'm well within that 1,700 to 3,100 acre feet. In other words, the apparent discrepancy is really largely the result of comparing estimates from different years. Additionally, my original analysis didn't include direct potable reuse, which would be at the higher end of that range, because there was no existing or proposed projects in California at the time the study was conducted. So overall, the available evidence continues to show that recycled water represents a significant opportunity to expand local water supplies, and the differences in the cost estimates that we cited are merely a matter of putting them in similar year dollars. If we can, Ms. Mullen, move down to the desalination piece, thank you. So with desalination, Mr. Goshi argued the seawater desalination costs are higher than I reported, citing the Carlsbad project, which in 2024 was about $3,400 an acre feet. While Mr. Goshi noted the median cost that I presented, I actually presented a range of roughly $2,100 to $2,500 per acre foot. That was in 2015 dollars. If you adjust those to 2024 dollars to be consistent with the Carlsbad, my range increases to $2,800 to $3,300 an acre feet, which is quite close to the Carlsbad costs that were cited. In other words, the apparent difference is largely due to comparing estimates from different years. The higher costs observed today for Carlsbad also reflect the increase in energy prices, which further highlight the value of some of the lower energy alternatives like water efficiency and some of the local water supply strategies. Finally, if you could scroll down to the piece around the cost of state water project and alternatives, thank you. I'd like to address the comparison, Mr. Goshi's comparison of the state water project costs with the cost of local water supplies. And if you could scroll down just a little bit further to figure 2, that would be helpful. Thank you. Mr. Goshi presented in his written testimony, he presented figure 2 and stated that the State Water Project, which is shown there in the far right, in Southern California, and this is a quote, has proven to be significantly lower in cost than the development of seawater desalination, recycling, or stormwater at a large scale. This comparison is sort of noteworthy for a couple of reasons. First, despite criticizing my cost estimates in his rebuttal testimony, those same estimates are one of the primary data sources used for the desalination, recycling, and stormwater costs that are shown in this figure. And second, the State Water Project costs that are shown reflect the historical costs paid by contractors for State Water Project deliveries. They do not include the additional conveyance, storage, and treatment costs that may be borne by the water contractors as they take that water, and they don't reflect the future costs, including the costs associated with the Delta Conveyance project. So I just wanted to sort of flag that. I think in order to make that comparison, we need updated estimates that show what those full costs can be in order to compare them with these other alternatives. So thank you for the opportunity to address these issues. I would argue that the key takeaway remains unchanged. Substantial opportunities exist within areas served by the State Water Project to reduce demand and expand local water supplies through efficiency, reuse, and stormwater capture. These are proven strategies. We're seeing them being implemented across the state, and there's demonstrated potential to do more. The evidence presented in my testimony continues to show that they can provide reliable, long-term water benefits at costs that are competitive and even lower than other water supply alternatives. And they also can deliver important co-benefits, reduced energy use, lower greenhouse gas emissions, and reduced reliance on Bay Delta water exports. So in my professional opinion, the rebuttal testimony does not undermine these fundamental conclusions, which remain grounded in accepted analytical methods and the best available data. So with that, again, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity today.
Thank you, Ms. Cooley. I will look to the room. I'm not sure, Mr. Krieger, are you up first to ask questions of Ms. Cooley?
Yes, I believe I am. Good morning, Ms. Cooley. It's good to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Thanks. Ms. Mullen, would you pull Ms. Cooley's rebuttal testimony back up again? I think it's FOR 137. Thank you. And if you would scroll to paragraph.
Which paragraph did you say, Mr. Krieger? I'm sorry.
4.
4. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Okay, so Ms. Cooley, on lines 24 through 26, you state that from both an investment and public policy standpoint, it is appropriate to include O&M costs or savings, regardless of whether they are incurred by the utility or the customer. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. What O&M savings incurred by the utility are you referring to in that statement?
So in that statement, what I'm referring to in terms of the savings is related to efficiency, right? And so the efficiency measures save energy costs, and those are reflected on the customer side. And in potential wastewater treatment costs. Those are what are calculated. So yes, that's what I'm referring to.
Okay, and so if I understand your response correctly, then the O&M costs or savings that you're referring to in that statement are on the customer side, not on the utility side.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Ms. Mullen, would you please scroll down to paragraph 5? Okay, and on lines. Oh, one moment, sorry. Okay, line 4, through the end of that paragraph, you see your sentence there, Ms. Cooley, beginning similarly on line 4.
Yes.
If you need to read that quickly, that's fine. I have a couple questions for you about that, so just let me know if you
Okay. Yeah, give me just a second. Okay.
Ready?
Go ahead with the question.
So for the efficiency measures that you're referring to in that statement, the cost of water doesn't include the cost to the water provider if incentives or rebates were used to acquire that more efficient device. Is that right?
In these numbers, they do not include the cost to the utility, in part because as we were looking at these, it was really just looking at the incremental cost of the efficient device. We weren't specifically looking at, okay, what is the utility investing in it as we structured the analysis. So yes.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that
In
clarification.
part, if I could, sorry, let me just expand on that too, because as I noted, and I noted it in my opening comments, there are many different ways in which these savings can come about, right? They aren't all through utility investments and utility programs. Some of these are free to the utility. And so as this analysis, we were really looking at the incremental cost of the efficient device. In some cases, it was the full cost of the efficient device, and then the savings over the life.
Okay, so in calculating the savings with respect to, a given device, how did you calculate those offsets? Like what water rate did you use or what energy cost did you use? I'm trying to understand how you sort of came up with that.
Yeah, so we don't include the water cost because that is what we are solving for, right? We're trying to come up with the cost of conserved water on a $1 per acre foot basis. So you don't include the water cost as a benefit. The water bill savings, for example, is a benefit. What you do include here is the wastewater treatment the bill savings in wastewater treatment and energy. And the way the costs that we use, let me just check on those. If you could, let me pull it up. It's probably easier if I look at the numbers. For the energy cost was about, okay, here we go. 16 cents per kilowatt hour for the cost of electricity at the time of the analysis, and a little over $1 per therm for natural gas. And this was what I was noting in my most recent statement. Those costs have increased pretty dramatically since then. Current costs, according to the Energy Information Association, are about 32 cents per kilowatt hour. So as I was saying, it's a doubling of what they were, and almost $2 per therm for natural gas. So we used, again, at the time that we did the analysis, those were the costs. As I noted, they've increased dramatically, which then increases the benefits or cost savings.
Okay, so with respect to let's call it just the value of the efficiency on a device basis, that doesn't include the actual cost of water, but it does include the cost of energy. And with respect to the cost of energy, did you look at, and I know you just cited some of the figures per therm or cost per therm. Did you account for regional differences in energy costs, or is that number sort of an average across California?
That is a statewide average. We did look at as well, just to give you a sense, differences in the number of water heaters that are gas versus electric. So that is reflected in there, but we used a statewide average for the electricity costs.
Okay.
I haven't seen, just even as I looked most recently, there isn't a huge amount of variability in electricity costs across the state. Of course, between states, absolutely, but not as much within states, in part because that energy moves around quite a bit.
Okay, well, you anticipated my next question. It sounds like there, we could expect at least some variability in cost between regions within California, but you're saying in your view or your understanding, there's not a significant variability across the regions, if you will. Sorry, is that right? Is that fair?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. And so is it fair to say that the amount of, and again, I'm still referring to this sentence beginning on paragraph 4, or sorry, beginning on line 4. Is it correct that the amount of O&M savings varies by efficiency measure? So I guess device is sort of the shorthand for efficiency measure, if that's fair.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
And it depends on where and how the water is conserved. So, if it's an indoor efficiency measure, right? If it's a toilet or a shower head, you are reducing wastewater generation and wastewater treatment costs. If it's a hot water device, you are reducing energy costs. If it's a landscape, as I had mentioned, there are reductions in maintenance and fertilizer and pesticides. So part of our analysis, we did it on a device by device basis, looking at the cost of those devices and then the cost of wastewater across the state and how that varies, and the cost of energy. And so it is individual for each of the devices depending on the type of savings it offers.
Okay, and I would imagine those savings, would vary based on other factors like customer behavior or the actual utility rate or, the energy prices specifically. Is that fair?
They will vary. Customer behavior is a factor. And what we have used for all of these is there are a number of studies that have been done for California that are specific on things like how many times on average do people flush? What are the lengths of showers that people take? And so we use specific data for California to come up with the savings potential. That's part of the denominator, right? The idea here is you come up with the cost and the benefits, and then it's divided by the annual savings to get that dollar per acre foot basis over the lifetime.
Right. And I was just thinking that, if there's a customer who, say we have a customer with an efficient shower head and then a customer with an inefficient shower head, at least relative to the more efficient device, if the customer with the more efficient shower head takes 20 or 25-minute showers, that may end up using more water than the inefficient device if that customer with the inefficient device only takes a 2 or 3-minute shower. So I was curious, that's a real possibility in terms of customer behavior affecting the efficiency gain out of a device. Is that fair?
Yes, but the estimates that we developed are based on actual behavior and studies that have been done for California that have characterized the length of time for showers, for example. So we have a pretty good sense of what those averages are.
Okay, and just so I'm clear, those are averages, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Again, staying with the same sentence, did you calculate customer specific O&M savings per each efficiency measure for any particular water utility?
I'm sorry, what do you mean by customer specific?
Like what what customers actually experienced in terms of O&M savings within a given water utility?
So what we do is we look at studies that have been done that characterize water use behaviors, as you have noted, number of toilet flushes, number of times they're running the laundry, what the average flow rates are for those different devices. And then we look at what the current standard for efficiency devices are. For example, in California, if you buy a new toilet, it is going to flush at 1.28 gallons per flush. That's the standard. And so what we do is we look at, and this is more to get at the potential, but we look at what the current toilets are flushing at, and what they would under if they met the standard, which is required for those new devices. And so that is how we come up with, and then so we get a sense of the savings, and then we get a sense of how frequently a customer may be flushing in a given year. And that helps us then estimate that annual savings from that device. We know the lifetime of those devices, and so we're able to get a lifetime water savings associated with it. We can then use that information we know what the water flow rate would be. We know what wastewater treatment costs are. We know what energy costs are. So those are some of I think the basic inputs that then enable us to quantify the potential and then also the cost.
Okay, so and just with respect to my question on a specific customer basis, you don't have, a data set or a collection of data that you used from a specific water utility that actually measures what O&M savings those specific customers may have experienced.
No, that's correct. These are modeled based on studies that have been done that have looked at those use rates. But we're not going in and changing devices and then measuring those on a customer by customer basis. There are some studies that are doing that at this moment, but they're fairly limited in terms of the number of customers they're able to monitor.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, would you please scroll down to paragraph 7 of Ms. Cooley's testimony? Thank you. So I have a number of questions about this paragraph for you, Ms. Cooley. I assume the answer is yes, but do you recall figure 2 from Friends of the River 123, your case in chief testimony?
Yes.
The green bars and the blue bars?
Yes, thank you.
All right. You included cost savings to the consumer in your levelized cost analysis for some of those efficiency measures, i.e. the green bars in figure 2. Is that right?
Objection. I believe it may be helpful to have this figure in front of us so we know exactly what these questions are referring to.
Sure, absolutely. Ms. Mullen, if you would you please pull up FOR 123 and scroll to page 12. You know what, and I'm sorry, 123 is not case in chief testimony. It's, I think, the 2019 report or something like that. But if you would go to page 12, Ms. Mullen, it's the same that was copy and pasted into her case in chief testimony.
And we're looking for a figure.
We are looking for a figure, yes.
So maybe page 12, no, we're at page 12.
And we're at PDF page 12. Okay, maybe I got the exhibit wrong. Give me 1 second here, sorry about that. Sorry, it's FOR 124, not 123. I apologize.
And we'll look at page 12 on this one, I think.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, if we could keep scrolling, because I think it's document number or page number 12.
Yeah, there we go. Here's some bars. There we go. We got it.
And Ms. Mullen, would you minimize it just a little bit, just so we can get the full picture? Or Ms. Cooley, if you need to blow it up too, that's fine. I just want to see what we're referring to here. Okay. So I assume you want the question again?
Yes, please. Thank you.
So the question is that you included the cost savings to the consumer in your levelized cost analysis for some of the efficiency measures, which were the green bars in this figure, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you included water savings in your cost of conserved water calculations, right?
Yes, that's the denominator.
Okay. Did you include any avoided costs in your levelized cost of water for the utilities, which I think is the blue
No, that's not included in it. So that the purpose of looking at it in this way is so that this is what I was describing in my verbal testimony today. We want to try to look at supply and efficiency measures on an equal basis, on a fair basis. And so you can't just look at the utility perspective. You actually have to look at these, what I characterize and have been characterized by others as operation and maintenance costs. We are looking at operation and maintenance costs of the supply options, right? It's not just the capital cost, but then what it costs to operate these. Similarly, with the efficiency measure, we are looking at the cost of the upfront cost, the capital cost of the device, to use sort of similar terms, but also what it costs to operate those over their lifetime. And so when you do that, you then capture some of the cost savings for the efficiency measures. That is the way in which you are able to look at these on a more level playing field and an equal basis. Otherwise, you are biasing the analysis towards the supply side, and which is what we want to avoid.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And what I'm trying to understand is this levelized playing field approach and what exactly goes into that. And so I guess I'm wondering, sort of hypothetically, what if a water utility used a cheaper source of water compared to another source? Would you include that called cost savings between the two sources in calculating the levelized cost of water for the utility?
For the efficiency measures you're referring to, no, we are not using that. So as I mentioned, what we are putting in, and I'll walk through the calculations, and apologies for those whose eyes make ways over. But we look at, for each of these measures, let's take the shower head as a good example here. By putting in a more efficient device, we are saving water. When we are calculating, then there is a cost to that shower head, right? That's part of the cost. The benefits then are the reduction in wastewater treatment and wastewater bills that the customer accrues over its lifetime. And then the reduction in energy costs, right? Because you're saving hot water. Those are the things that are accounted for in the benefits. So it's cost minus benefits. And then it's divided by the lifetime water savings. And in that way, you are able to get that sort of annualized view on a $1 per acre foot basis to compare them with the supply investments that are shown here.
Okay, and let's say
avoided water costs aren't in there, water bill savings aren't in there, because that's the number you are calculating and comparing this number to. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you. And sticking with your wastewater, example, reduced wastewater flows. Did you analyze whether there could be an operating and maintenance cost from wastewater flows due to these efficiencies measures to a utilities like water recycling project, for example?
Yeah, that is, we did not include any costs borne to the wastewater treatment facility. In fact, I think there's a lot of evidence showing that the efficiency savings that we've achieved have helped to avoid additional wastewater capital costs. We don't account for those either. We really are looking at the reduction in treatment. So we didn't look at the impacts on recycled water. I would argue that by implementing an efficiency measure, we are avoiding the need to make some of those more expensive investments, including in recycled water. And that represents a cost savings to the customer and to the utility.
That analysis, so just so that I understand, is not in your testimony, is that right?
No.
And
that's sort of what is shown here, right? It's showing that if we looked at the volume of water, whether it's a demand management or a supply option, how these compare. That's the exact purpose of this figure.
sort of a more general question here. Your testimony and exhibits, they're not specific to any particular water utility. Is that right?
They're specific for California. All of the estimates we've looked at on the efficiency side, we were using California wastewater rates, California energy costs, California uses in terms of the savings. And on the supply side, we were using state databases, state and local databases for projects that were built in California. I think one of the things we very much tried to do, which is one of the reasons this analysis was so intensive, was to use actual constructed and operating costs rather than design costs. There sometimes can be a fairly big difference between, you know, what the anticipated costs are and what the actual costs are. And so to the best of our ability, we contacted folks who are running these facilities to get actual data in order to develop them. The challenge again, at the time of the analysis was with seawater desalination. We didn't have any large plants that had been constructed at that time. So we did have to rely on some of the estimated costs for those. Fortunately, there were a number of facilities that were pretty advanced in their estimates. So they had better estimates than some of the early stage sort of design estimates that you see.
Okay. Focusing on the efficiency measures, so the devices listed in conjunction with the green bars. Do I understand correctly that your analysis assumes natural replacement with respect to those devices?
So for some of the measures for which we have standards. So for the toilets and shower heads and our faucets on, can you scroll up just a tiny bit? I'm sorry. Okay, I wanted to make sure they were all on there. We had assumed natural replacement in part because there are standards in place when people go in and purchase a new device. That is what they are. They don't have a choice. But we did try to estimate what that additional cost they are paying relative to if they had a choice. For these other measures, things like I'm just going to throw some examples in here. The medical steam sterilizer, the waterless walk, you know, some of the water broom, these other measures, ice machines, we use the full cost of the measure. So it's not the incremental cost. We assume that the customer was not going to purchase that device. So it's the full cost of those.
Okay. Okay. And do I understand correctly that your analysis doesn't show how many customers of a particular water utility are currently, say, at the point of natural replacement for some of those, you know, those devices you just mentioned? Is that
no? Although again, this is looking at the cost, that the potential assessment, right? Our untapped potential analysis that quantifies the potential does take into account that there have been efficiency improvements made. And so it's calculating what is the additional savings opportunities beyond what we've already achieved. That's where we've tried to account for what conservation has already been realized.
Can you explain to me how you determined, or did you focus on a specific water utility to determine how many customers had already adopted efficiency measures versus those that had not adopted it, which I assume is what you're suggesting in terms of how you quantify or suggest the untapped potential?
Yeah.
Which water utilities did you look at?
So yeah, great question. So what we did was looked at the per capita water use. This is for the residential piece. There were different methods for commercial, but for residential, we looked at the per capita water use of the various customers, residential. So that's the amount of water used per person and how it varies across the state, across the various urban water suppliers. And so what we are able then to do is to compare that with what the per capita water use would be with efficient devices And then the difference between those numbers becomes the potential. And so that is the way in which we were able to account for that at that time. We were fortunate to be able to have those per capita water use numbers, residential, and broken down between indoor and outdoor because of some of the studies that the state had done as part of the Making California a Conservation Way of Life. Since this has been done, there have been even better data. There are now a number of devices that people are voluntarily installing. We are starting to get better residential uses. We have redone some analysis and have found very similar estimates for California and frankly for other states. So the data are in a sense getting much better.
Were you able to determine how many customers are actually in the market for a new device?
No, we're not able to do that. The
Okay.
data just aren't there.
Objection, vague as to what is in the market.
Did you understand the question, Ms. Cooley?
Yes.
So then you didn't quantify, or your testimony or your reports don't quantify how much water might be saved by customers who are in the market for a new device within a particular water utility. Is that right?
Same objection, vague as to what is in the market.
To you, Mr. Krieger, I think
Well,
you
let's
can
say,
explain
okay,
that.
so if we're not able to determine which customers within a given utility are looking to purchase a device, is it possible to quantify the amount of savings, water savings that could be associated with customers who are looking for the new device?
What we do know is that these devices have a lifetime associated with them, right? They don't last forever. And so what we know is that there's a lifetime for each of them. And at the end of that lifetime, eventually they will be replaced. And so, everyone at some point will be in the market. It's just a matter of when. The power and strength of the standards that we have in place in California, we were among the first states to have them, and they've become stronger over time, is that they continue such that anyone in the market, as you say, or as those devices wear out, they are required to put in that new efficient device. And the technologies are improving over time.
And I think, just to clarify, I think I recall in your testimony, you gave an example of a device with like a 14-year lifespan or life cycle. So sometime in that 14 years is when we'd be looking at potentially replacing with whatever newer, more efficient model is out there. Is that right?
That's the clothes washer you're referencing, yes.
Okay, is that what that is? Okay. But that's the idea. Is that right?
Yes.
With respect to the South Coast region, and maybe you've answered this, but did you determine how many customers in that region had already installed efficiency devices?
What we looked at was the per capita water use, which is a reflection of what devices people have installed. And so as we look at per capita water use for the South Coast, for residential, for indoor, let's say it's 45 gallons per person per day. And we know that an efficient home, equipped with appliances and fixtures that meet current standards would be using around 35 gallons per person per day. We know then what the difference is. If in another region, residents are using 50 gallons per person per day, that's a reflection of their behaviors and of their devices that they have. So that is how we have accounted for the regional variation in efficiency and a reflection of the past investments that they've made. And that, again, that may vary by region. We accounted for that in our analysis.
Okay, and I'm sure I'm being obtuse here, but if you're looking at per capita use within a region, say it's the South Coast region, and you know that if all the devices that are typical in a home are upgraded to a more efficient device, you'd see 35 gallons per day of use versus 45. I think those were your numbers. Okay. Are you able to extrapolate from that sort of delta how many customers within the South Coast region have installed those devices or some combination of those devices versus those that have not?
Can you repeat that? Are we able to extrapolate?
Right, from the differences in those consumptive patterns, how many folks within a service, or the South Coast region, for example, have adopted those measures? Or is it?
Yeah, the per capita use is an indication of adoption of efficiency measures. If we're looking at residential indoor in particular. So yes, we can use that estimate to come up to then use that estimate and that difference to come up with the savings potential.
Okay.
And that's how we were able to do that in this analysis.
Okay, and I guess just so that I'm understanding this, it's also true that customer behavior influences how much water is consumed, on a daily basis. How does the difference between the per capita consumption account for customer behavior?
The per capita number is a reflection of the technology and the behavior. And so it's embedded in those estimates. And we also separately have estimates for California from studies that have been done around particular behaviors. And so we are able to then use those estimates along with the device savings estimates and the device usage estimates to come up with that statewide potential.
Okay. Your testimony doesn't show how many customers would choose an efficient model without a rebate. Is that right?
Information that's available.
If you cut out there, Ms. Cooley, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Yes, I said that's not information that's available.
Okay.
And as I noted, for some of these, again, for ones in which we have standards, they are required to replace those. And as I noted as well, there's the multiplier effect. There's lots of evidence that shows that yes, incentives are important, but there are other ways in which people are adopting efficiency measures voluntarily and under regulatory requirements.
Okay, and so if that information, as you just said, is not available, then you couldn't, determine a rebate amount for any particular customer, say within Metropolitan Water District or any other utility service area that would induce them to purchase a new, more efficient device. Is that correct?
I don't have that information. I'm not sure why I would need that information, but there are studies that have looked at what are ways and what are the rebate levels. And in fact, there was a recent presentation at Metropolitan where they talked about the fact that their increase in incentive has been one of the factors they've seen a major increase in their in participation for their landscape conversion program. So there's lots of evidence showing that as we increase those incentive levels, that does help get the attention of customers so that they make those investments earlier than they would have otherwise.
All right. Speaking of attention of customers, Ms. Mullen, would you please scroll to paragraph 12 of Ms. Cooley's rebuttal testimony, which is 137. And Ms. Cooley, I don't know if you want to take a second to review that paragraph. I just have a couple questions for you about that.
Yes, go ahead.
Did you perform any analysis of annual costs that water utilities spend on advertising to promote water conservation in their service areas?
No.
Did you look at any particular water utilities conservation advertising costs? You said no, I think. Sorry. Maybe it's just me, but I'm not hearing the answer.
No, I did not look at those.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, would you please scroll down to to paragraph 13? Okay. And this is the paragraph that deals with, I think it's the Mark study. Ms. Cooley?
Yes.
Okay. I have several questions about this for you. Do you want a second to review, or are you comfortable moving forward? Hearing Officer Kenzie, is it just me who can't hear Ms. Cooley's response?
No, it's not just you.
Oh,
So
I'm sorry. I'll speak up if that is that helpful if I'm
it's
a little
like
louder?
it's glitching out or something. I can see your mouth moving, but I hear absolutely nothing. So I don't know what the issue is. It sounds like a technical thing.
It seems to happen only on the one word responses.
Yeah,
Interesting.
makes sense.
All right. Well, I'll just continue to ask if I don't hear you. Sorry.
Yes, please do.
Okay. You said we're good to move forward with some questions on this paragraph?
Yes, we're good to move forward.
All right. What are you referring to reach your conclusion that Metropolitan sponsored this study?
That was based upon a conversation I had with Metropolitan staff who had told me about this.
Okay. Did you read the acknowledgement at the end of the study?
I can't recall if I read that, to be honest.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, would you please pull up FOR 140? And scroll to the acknowledgement. I apologize, I don't have a page number for you. It's toward the end. Scroll just a little bit. There you go. Ms. Cooley, would you agree that acknowledgement says that the views expressed in this article represent those of the author and do not necessarily reflect the views or policies of Metropolitan or Irvine Ranch for that matter?
Yes.
Did you review the data provided to the study's author?
I reviewed the data that was presented in the study. So
okay,
there was additional data. No, I did not.
Okay.
This study was also presented and referenced by Metropolitan staff on their website and in their presentations to their board.
Right. The study uses satellite related imagery from 2012 and 2018, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you verify whether there was any imagery or other data from 2013 to 2017?
No, I did not.
All right. It seems, and this is my reading of the study, that the study assumes that all the changes in landscaping are driven by Metropolitan's turf replacement program. Is that how you read the study too?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Well, let me ask you this. I mean,
okay.
The way that I read the study is that it seems like it is suggesting that all the changes in landscaping, so all the conversion to drought tolerant landscaping, is driven by Metropolitan's turf replacement program. And I don't know if you disagree or agree with that. But my follow-up question is whether you would agree that there may be other drivers as to why landscape changed between 2012 and 2018.
I'm going to briefly interject and object that to an ongoing pattern of Mr. Krieger's questions being testimony. My reading of the study is X, Y, and Z. And I would just respectfully request that that be turned into a question and not simply a long assessment of your characterization of the study. And then, is that right? I think that would be helpful for the witness as well as just appropriate procedure.
Ms. Cooley, does the study assume that all changes in landscaping are driven by Metropolitan's turf replacement program?
The study specifically looks at the rebates that Metropolitan provided, and then looks at the what they call the multiplier effect, the impact on surrounding households. What they were able to demonstrate is that those areas, neighbors surrounding those households that received a rebate were more likely to make those investments without an incentive. They can then compare those, of course, with areas that didn't receive a rebate that may be subject to the same information and that you are sort of referencing. So I think the study was well designed in looking specifically at the impact of metropolitan's investments and rebates.
Would you agree that there may be other drivers as to why landscape changed between 2012 and 2018 other than Metropolitan's turf replacement program?
Right, but the purpose of a study when you do this is you compare this, right, to a control where there may be other neighbors who aren't who are receiving that same message but may not make that that conversion.
Sure, I guess, but my question is whether you would agree there may be other drivers to why landscape was changed between 2012 and 2018 other than the turf replacement program.
Again, I'll point to the conclusion of the study that attributed those conversions to the metropolitan rebates.
So is it
indirectly?
So is it fair to say then that you don't know whether there may be other drivers other than Metropolitan Turf Replacement Program?
I refer you to the study and its finding, which is replicated on the Metropolitan website in their press release about the benefits of their programs beyond the customers that are receiving those rebates.
Okay, but my question is, do you know whether there are other factors that may have driven or influenced why landscape changed between 2012 and 2018 other than the turf replacement program? Just
right. Broadly, if I'm looking not beyond this study, I would say there are lots of things that are incentivizing and driving people to do that. I think this study was specifically looking at impacts from metropolitans, and they're controlled for some of these other factors that you are referencing, which is what enabled them to come to the conclusion that the multiplier effect was due to metropolitan's rebates.
Did you do any analysis after 2018 about whether the purported multiplier parcels are still using drought tolerant landscaping?
I have not done that analysis. However, there are studies that have shown that when people convert, they do maintain those drought tolerant landscapes, that we're not seeing reversion back to grass, which was one concern. And there is a separate, I think, metropolitan study on that topic. I didn't reference it here because that was not raised.
Did you cite any of those studies that you just alluded to in your testimony?
I don't believe so. Again, it wasn't an issue that was brought up. It's a new issue that you're bringing up now.
Do you know if non-participants in Metropolitan Surf Rebate program also removed their sprinklers?
I can't speak to that.
I think you said no, you can't speak to that. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, that is correct. No, I cannot speak to that.
Thank you. And so the study observed a spatial relationship between conversions and rebate participation, right? I think
yes.
Do you know whether mandatory conservation requirements were in place during some or all of that time?
You said 2012 and 2018. There were likely some mandatory requirements in some areas.
Okay. The study did not interview homeowners, did it?
I don't believe so. I believe it was based just on the spatial analysis.
Okay, and so the study didn't ask non-participants why they converted their landscapes, right?
Heather, you're cutting out again.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't believe so.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, would you please scroll? Well, let's go back to Ms. Cooley's testimony, FOR 137, and scroll to paragraph 14, please. Thank you. You didn't provide, Ms. Cooley, you didn't provide any citations for your statement, quote, as water and energy costs continue to rise, customers are more likely to replace inefficient appliances, fixtures, and landscapes with newer, more efficient models and to alter their behaviors. Did you?
No, I did not in this testimony, but there are studies that have been done that have shown this. That as costs go up, people are more likely to adopt these efficient appliances and fixtures and landscapes.
Did you perform any analysis showing at what water and energy cost levels customers started replacing appliances with more efficient models?
I have not.
So you didn't estimate how much additional conservation might result at any particular level of water or energy costs. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay.
I did not do that.
Ms. Mullen, would you please scroll down to paragraph 15? And I'll ask you off the bat, Ms. Cooley, there's that reference to $500 to $550 per acre foot related to conserved water on line 11. And I think you cited Metropolitan's April committee meeting.
Yes.
I confess that I did not hear that number when I reviewed it, and maybe I just missed it. Can you tell me how you came up with that 500 to 550 figure?
Yeah, that was stated at that meeting. So if you can scroll down, I think I have the exact reference to it in there.
It should be in there. Okay.
Yes, it's there.
All right. Perhaps I just missed it. Okay. So in paragraph 15, looking at the end of the paragraph, that last sentence, you conclude the Metropolitan could dramatically and cost effectively increase water efficiency incentives, right?
That is correct.
You didn't perform an independent analysis in your rebuttal testimony of how many additional customers would participate if Metropolitan increased its rebates from what it currently offers, did you?
I did not, but that same meeting that is referenced there in footnote 4, that is exactly what it has shown. There was a landscape conversion program. They were able to obtain additional funding through grants. And by doing so, they were able to increase the incentive, and they saw a dramatic increase in participation in that program. So yeah, that was clearly described by the staff and articulated in that same manner.
Did you calculate the amount by which Metropolitan would need to increase its rebates to obtain additional participation?
I have not calculated that, no.
And
that's not kind of the nature of the information I'm presenting.
Understood. Thank you. And so also you didn't calculate the amount of water that could be conserved at incremental rebate levels, right?
No.
Did you calculate how much turf might be available for replacement within Metropolitan service area?
No, I have not calculated that.
And in your rebuttal testimony, you don't identify specific rebate levels that you think Metropolitan should adopt. Is that right?
No, that is correct. I do not do that.
Okay. Did you analyze whether increased rebates would reduce Metropolitan's need for imported supplies to meet demand in a dry year?
No, I did not evaluate. That was not the nature of my testimony.
Okay.
Wow.
And so you didn't analyze the reliability of rebate-driven conservation compared to imported supplies, did you?
No.
You have a statement also that Metropolitan would be better off in terms of financial health. That's part of that sentence there.
Yes.
Okay. Did you calculate the total budget that would be required for the, call it dramatic increase, to use your words, in incentives that you proposed?
No, I did not. But again, this is where when you look at the cost of these alternatives, Pure Water Southern California is an example, that can then be the cost at which you are providing rebates for efficiency, right? It's a comparable in terms of whether you're conserving the water or developing new supply. And so looking at that avoided cost, you referenced that term earlier, can help you determine how much you can provide to customers and still make it financially, still save money broadly for the community. So you can start to use that avoided cost to inform then your incentive levels to get to some of your earlier comments and questions.
Did you perform a cost benefit analysis of an expanded rebate program for Metropolitan?
I have not calculated that for Metropolitan. That's information that they would have and can calculate.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, would you please scroll to paragraph 19? And I think we are coming close to the end here, just for everyone's awareness. Okay, thank you. You see paragraph 19, Ms. Cooley?
Yes, I see that.
Did you provide any analysis about the size of stormwater capture basins needed to capture stormwater runoff during periods of heavy rain in Southern California?
Yeah, I think that is where it's an interesting question. And I looked back at Mr. Goshi's testimony. He is assuming in that is how all of that water would be captured. But the reality is there is a diversity of ways in which we can capture stormwater. Some of that includes disconnecting downspouts and routing that to the landscape as a means of reducing the application of potable water. So there are ways beyond centralized, right, where you would need to build new storage to look at these more distributed types of options. So no, we did not calculate that. That being said, our cost estimates for stormwater capture include some of those additional storage costs that would be needed for those projects. So we looked at it within the context of the cost for the projects and the facilities that we evaluated, but didn't do that, to assume that all of that water that we identified in the potential would be captured in that manner.
Okay, well, wouldn't it be true though that if all the rain in a single year fell during a couple-week period, that the capture basin would have to be much larger than if rain fell over, an entire season or over a couple seasons?
And that is captured in those cost estimates, right? That's part of what those are. Those were actual projects that were being built, some of them centralized, some of them distributed. Those storage costs, those treatment, those conveyance costs were captured in those estimates.
Okay, and did you start that response with yes, that you agreed, but then you explained your answer?
Can you ask the question again to make sure?
Yeah, I just want to know, wouldn't it be true that if all the rain in a single year fell during a couple weeks, that the capture basin would have to be much larger than if the rain fell, say, over the course of the year or over a course of a couple seasons?
So yes, you would have to build a larger storage in order to do that, and those costs were captured in the estimates that we developed for the cost of stormwater capture. Just to restate that.
And did you analyze how much runoff might be absorbed by like vegetation?
Objection, vague.
I mean, do
If,
you understand?
what is the objection, Mr. Flanders?
Vague and incomplete hypothetical. How much runoff, where would be absorbed by what vegetation? Just, yeah, very vague.
Okay, well, let's back up then. Ms. Cooley, did you look at any of the hydrology of watersheds in Southern California in developing your stormwater capture testimony?
Yes, we did look at the region, and in particular, we were only quantifying the precipitation that fell onto impervious surfaces, and because that is what's generating runoff. So those estimates are quantifying the amount of precipitation over de minimis amounts, but the amount of precipitation that's generating runoff. So it's an estimate as it's characterized of the stormwater runoff potential.
Okay. And so
some of which could be captured.
Okay, and so that analysis then excludes vegetation because you're only looking at impervious surfaces, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, can you please scroll to paragraph 22? You see paragraph 22, Ms. Cooley?
Yes, give me just a second to review it really quickly. Okay, yes.
What was the assumed quality of the water that was captured in your study?
The way we approached this, just thinking back, it's been a bit. So this is for the stormwater. We looked at projects that had been built. That was what I had referenced previously, and what the costs were to capture and then infiltrate that water underground. We then looked at the cost for treating groundwater to drinking water standards, and for that we used typical groundwater treatment costs.
Okay. So that would not account for the possibility that, you know, stormwater runoff in a given area may have an even higher contaminant load or affect the overall quality of the basin from which water is later extracted and then treated to groundwater to drinking standards. Is that right?
Not directly, although again, we used current estimates. So to the extent to which, you know, that's already an issue, it is captured.
So the last sentence of paragraph 22, you mentioned the $20 billion cost estimate for the DCP, and say that it does not include cost of conveyance, treatment, or distribution. Isn't that because many of those facilities already exist with respect to the State Water Project?
But there is still a cost. I mean, you could look at whether there's a need for additional conveyance, storage, etc. But the fact that even with existing, there is a cost, an operating and maintenance cost, there's an energy cost, a chemical cost, all of those should be included in those in order to put those on a level playing field. And again, that was part of what we did in our analysis. There were sources such as desalination as an example, where the cost of those estimates are inclusive of getting that water ready to be put into the distribution system. And those were being compared with projects that were only talking about raw water production. And so what we did in our analysis was get them all to the same level of treatment and ready for distribution to the customer. That was enabled us to get a more equivalent cost for these different sources. And that is not reflected in that $20 billion, is what's that additional cost to move that water to Southern California, to treat that water, to potentially store it, right? And to then treat it to drinking water standards. Those aren't captured in that. And they are captured in those other sources. So that's the point I'm trying to make there.
Okay. And I think maybe I'm asking a more simple question. I think just in general, you know, wouldn't the cost of a project be higher if there was no pre-existing infrastructure that it could connect to?
If you have to build additional infrastructure, absolutely, there's a cost. But even operating the existing infrastructure has a cost associated with it. And that infrastructure has a lifetime, right? So there's a replacement cost at some point.
All right. I'm going over my notes here. I think I might be finished.
Do you want, it's also time for a 10-minute break. So if you want 10 minutes to consider
Let's
whether
do
you're
that.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do that.
The timing is good. All right, let's take 10 minutes. We'll come back at 10:54. All right, to our court reporter, are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Great, thank you. And we have Mr. Krieger and we have Ms. Cooley, and I want to make sure we have Mr. Flanders. There we have him.
Thanks.
Mr. Krieger, do you have any more questions for Ms. Cooley?
I have no further questions. Thank you very much for your time, Ms. Cooley. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Krieger.
Thank you. Then I will look to DWR. Do you have questions for Ms. Cooley?
We do not.
Thank you. This is efficient. Does anyone else have questions for Ms. Cooley while I check my notes? Then I will look to you, Mr. Flanders. Do you have any redirect?
I have no further questions.
All right. With that, thank you, Ms. Cooley, for joining us this morning. Thank you so much for your testimony and for answering all of our questions today, and you are excused.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we are moving along then. I believe Ms. Swanson is next. Is that right, Mr. Flanders?
That's correct. I believe she's here somewhere.
We will look. I see her in our other room. If we can please elevate Ms. Swanson. Good morning, Ms. Swanson. You're welcome to come on camera and test your microphone. I can see you're off mute. And then you just need to turn. I can hear you. Yes. There we go.
I think I have successfully navigated that.
Excellent. And Ms. Swanson, as I recall, you previously testified in this proceeding. Is that right?
That is correct.
And do you recall taking the oath with respect to your testimony in this hearing?
I do.
Thank you. Then with that, to you, Mr. Flanders.
Great. Hi. Good morning, Dr. Swanson. Thank you for joining us again. Ms. Mullen, if you could please begin by elevating Exhibit FOR 129. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. Dr. Swanson, are you familiar with this document?
I am.
And is this a true and accurate copy of your rebuttal testimony for this proceeding?
Yes, I believe it is.
Excellent. And is it the case that exhibits FOR 131 through 136 were provided by you as exhibits to this testimony?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, I think we can put this exhibit down and move now to FOR 130. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. And Dr. Swanson, is this your summary of rebuttal testimony to Dr. Greenwood for this proceeding?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and with that, would you like to present your summary?
I would. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. My name is Christina Swanson. I'm testifying on behalf of Friends of the River. I previously provided testimony in this matter, and today I'm providing my rebuttal testimony to the testimony of Dr. Marin Greenwood, who rebutted my original testimony. Next slide, please. Thank you, Ms. Mellon. The purpose of my original testimony was to address two questions relative to the Delta Conveyance project, its fifth screens, and to climate change. I first assessed whether DWR had conducted a credible, reasonable, and scientifically sound FEIR analysis of the DCP's function, operations, and environmental impacts under future conditions. Then, based on the FEIR's content and analysis, I assessed whether the DCP would significantly and adversely affect fish and aquatic resources and other environmental beneficial uses in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta and San Francisco estuary. Based on my review, I concluded that DWR's FEIR analysis was incomplete, deeply flawed, and biased by its unreasonably optimistic assumptions for future environmental and hydrological conditions in which the DCP would operate. Despite these analytical limitations, flaws, and biases, I also concluded that it was clear that the DCP would significantly and adversely impact resident and migratory fishes and their lower river and estuarine habitat. I further concluded that because of these two problems, it was unlikely that the DCP would operate and perform as DWR expected with regard to both its water supply performance and environmental impacts. May I have the next slide, please, Ms. Mullen? In his rebuttal of my testimony, Dr. Greenwood argued that my conclusion regarding the DCP's adverse impacts on fishes and the environment were wrong because they were contrary to the FEIR's conclusion, which he argued was based on the best available science. He also argued that my conclusion was erroneous because DWR planned additional studies for before the DCP began operations, and because the CDFW's ITP, incidental take permit, included a range of protective actions to minimize take and mitigate the DCP's impacts. Dr. Greenwood also criticized my review and conclusions regarding the FEIR effects analysis for the DCP's fish screens and my understanding of the DCP's fish screen design. And lastly, he challenged my conclusion that DWR's analysis underestimated environmental impacts of the DCP under different hydrological conditions, given that the DCP's diversions were not fixed at a constant rate, but rather were more restrictive under low flow conditions. In my rebuttal testimony, I address each of Dr. Greenwood's arguments to show that they are flawed, materially irrelevant, and/or unsupported by science or the relevant project-related documents. Next slide, please. Regarding his first rebuttal point, Dr. Greenwood's contention that my conclusion was contrary to DWR's and the FEIR's conclusion of no significant harm, this is true. I do not agree with the FEIR's conclusion. But his reasoning for why my conclusion was erroneous, rather than supporting his argument, in fact supports mine. First, the FEIR's analyses are demonstrably not based on the best available science or on sound analytical design. DWR's use of the 2040 central tendency climate scenario is at the heart of the problem. This single climate scenario was used to project future hydrological conditions for the calcium-3 simulation analysis of DCP operations, which then served as the foundation for the FEIR effects analysis on resident and migratory fishes and their estuarine ecosystem. Using a single climate scenario that projects that future hydrological conditions will be wetter than they are today was never a reasonable assumption to incorporate into the operational simulations of DCP operations in the future. In fact, the climate scenario DWR chose to use for the FEIR analysis is biased to predict more favorable operational and water supply performance of the DCP and to underestimate the flow-related DCP effects on at-risk fish species and the already degraded upper estuarine ecosystem. That this analytical approach used by DWR was seriously flawed has been supported by the testimony of other experts, including climate expert Jeff Lucas in his testimony for land, and by the AHO's request to DWR in October 2025 for additional climate modeling that assesses drier conditions. Instead, the scientifically sound way to use climate scenarios for modeling, investigating, and assessing the effects of future climate conditions on future activities is to use a suite of climate scenarios that reflect a range of plausible future conditions. DWR didn't do that for the FEIR, nor did it do that for its ITP application. To the best of my understanding, this type of credible, useful, and indeed essential foundational analysis for the effects analysis of the DCP has not yet been done. As a consequence, DWR does not, and absent this type of analysis, cannot accurately or reasonably predict how the DCP will operate if and when it is permitted and constructed. Second, plans or even requirements for future studies are neither protection nor mitigation for likely impacts. They do not and they cannot ensure that the DCP will not adversely impact fish or the environment. These studies have not yet been conducted. We don't know what the study results will be, nor do we know whether any adverse project impacts revealed by those studies can be minimized or mitigated by changes in the project. Furthermore, even if those studies do work and they identify measures or mitigations, we don't know whether those measures will be adopted, implemented, or have the desired effects. Instead, in direct contradiction to DWR's conclusion that the DCP will not have adverse impacts, these plans for more studies illustrate our incomplete understanding of the effects of the proposed DCP operations and project. In essence, DWR is requesting a permit from the state board so that it can construct and operate a huge new water diversion project with multiple novel and untested design features, while at the same time admitting that they have at best limited and incomplete understanding of what the project's operational impacts could be on species and the environment. Third, Dr. Greenwood cited the ITP and the operational restrictions, mitigation measures, and further study requirements that it includes. He cited that as evidence that the DCP will not adversely impact fishes and the environment. I had not included the ITP in my original testimony. After all, CDFW is not a project applicant for the DCP. The ITP itself contains no effects analysis for its own proposed operational restrictions and mitigation measures for the DCP. And as I understand it, whatever CDFW does or requires relative to the DCP is outside the scope of this State Water Board proceeding. That said, Dr. Greenwood's argument that if I had reviewed the ITP, I would have concluded that the DCP would not harm fishes in the environment is wrong. And instead, the ITP supports my original conclusion. In fact, based on their review of the effects analysis of the FEIR and DWR's ITP application, CDFW has concluded that multiple additional operational requirements and restrictions are needed to minimize and mitigate predicted take and adverse impacts of the DCP in its operations. Essentially, CDF concluded that these actions were necessary so that the DCP would not have significant adverse impacts on fishes of concern. Next slide, please. In my original testimony, I testified that while the FEIR assumes that fish screen flow criteria for Delta smelt will be sufficiently protective for all species, many different species will be exposed to the DCP fish screens, and that these different species respond differently to fish screens and the artificial flow regimes that are induced by the water diversion. For example, several studies have shown that juvenile green sturgeon experience very frequent physical contact with fish screens. I also testified that the DCP's fish screen design is novel and untested with any of the potential affected species. To support the FEIR's assumption and rebut my testimony, Dr. Greenwood stated that in my cross-examination testimony, I concurred with a summary report of fish screen studies that I co-authored that stated within, quote, within the geographic range and or critical habitat of the Delta smelt, fish screen criteria based on the requirements of this delicate species will provide adequate protection for all other potentially affected species that were tested in the fish treadmill studies. This conclusory statement does indeed come from a report that I co-authored. However, what Dr. Greenwood failed to note is that this report was published in 2004, years before most of the research cited by me and by the FEIR on these other species, including juvenile green sturgeon, was conducted. Results of this more recent research support my statement that different species respond differently to fish screens and diversion-induced flow conditions. Therefore, the FEIR's, per my original testimony, the FEIR's assumption that fish screen criteria based on delta smelt will sufficiently protect all other affected species indeed may or may not be true. The FEIR, oh, sorry, next slide, please. The FEIR and the ITP describe the DCP fish screens as consisting of 30-foot long cylindrical T-screen units aligned end to end for a total length of approximately 900 feet. Dr. Greenwood's first rebuttal point on this topic, that I was erroneously characterizing the DCP fish screen as 900 feet long, when instead each fish screen unit was only 30 feet long, is basically unserious. Fishes in the Sacramento River will not experience exposure to the DCP intakes as an encounter with a single 30-foot long screen. Dr. Greenwood's second point was that I misunderstood and mischaracterized the fish screen design. My original testimony was the 1 foot wide gap between the adjacent 30-foot long cylindrical T-screen units would be covered by some sort of solid material. Based on the very limited descriptions of the proposed DCP fish screens available in documents that I subsequently found and reviewed, this is apparently not correct. Instead, each of the 30-foot long T-screens will be lined up end to end and separated from each other by a 1 foot wide gap that is open to the river. However, this misunderstanding does not change my conclusion. In fact, I am now much more concerned about the potential effects of the DCP's planned fish screen design on resident and migratory fishes. This is because, based on my expert opinion and this depiction of the planned fish screen design, I believe the DCP fish screen design has potentially serious problems with near-screen flow conditions. Positive barrier fish screens, like the DCPs, are designed and operated to provide smooth, laminar flow at specified uniform approach and sweeping velocities across the entire fish screen surface. This is to prevent areas of turbulence and the occurrence of localized flow hotspots on or near the screen surface where the flow velocities exceed the specified flow criteria. These types of flow anomalies can disorient and entrain exposed fishes toward contact or impingement on the screen. With the DCP fish screens, the 1 foot long open space between adjacent screen units will, in my expert opinion, disrupt that laminar flow, creating turbulence when the water flowing past one screen unit encounters and is blocked by the solid upstream end of the next screen unit. This will create areas where the near screen flow will likely not comply with fish screen flow requirements specified in the FEIR and the ITP. The magnitude of these flow anomalies will likely vary with sweeping velocities, which for the DCP fish screens are dependent on Sacramento River flow and not controlled by DCP diversion operations. Furthermore, each of these 29 1 foot wide spaces between the 30 adjacent fish screen units at each DCP intake is 2 to 5 times longer than the length of most of the exposed fish species. These fish are small relative to the size of that gap. Fishes exposed to the DCP intakes in the screens could be drawn into and trapped in these spaces. Larger predatory fish could congregate in or near these spaces, and waterborne debris could lodge and accumulate in these spaces, further disrupting near-field flow conditions. Based on this information and my expert understanding of fish screen design, I consider this design element of the proposed DCP fish screens to be hydraulically and biologically unsound. It is an additional reason to be concerned about the protection efficacy of this untested fish screen design and water intakes. The ITP requires some future studies on the hydraulic performance of the DCP fish screen designs, but these are insufficient. In my rebuttal testimony, I identified 2 additional studies that are essential to understand how this novel fish screen design will perform and whether it will protect fishes exposed to the intakes. May I have the next slide, please? In my original testimony, I stated that, quote, DWR's analyses for the DCP are biased towards the assumption that the hydrological conditions in which the DCP will be operating will be wetter, with fewer multi-year droughts than they have been in the past few decades. The effect of this bias is that the FEIR analyses overestimate the water supply benefits and underestimate the environmental impacts of the DCP. In his rebuttal, Dr. Greenwood challenged my conclusion, stating, quote, "It is unclear why assumptions of different hydrological conditions would underestimate the environmental impacts of the DCP, given that the DCP diversion criteria are not fixed at a constant rate and indeed are more restrictive with less Sacramento River flow upstream of the proposed North Delta intakes." In my view, this statement illustrates DWR's and Dr. Greenwood's consistent failure to consider the broader environmental and ecological context in which the DCP will, if permitted, be operating. In my rebuttal testimony, I identified 2 key elements of why this is a serious problem with their analytical approach and interpretation of their modeling results. First, they have failed to adequately consider the current very poor and declining ecological conditions and population status of multiple fish species that will be affected by the DCP. Second, they seem to ignore or dismiss the fact that almost all of the effects predicted by their analysis of the DCP on environmental conditions like river flows or X2 location, and on species survival, like through delta survival for juvenile Chinook salmon, are overwhelmingly and consistently negative. May I have the next slide, please? In his original and rebuttal testimony, Dr. Greenwood summarized some of DWR's calcium 3 results for the DCP under the FEIR, the ITPA, the application, and the ITP operational conditions. This table summarizes those quantitative results, showing the frequency and the maximum and median impacts of the DCP. These results show the overwhelmingly consistent negative impacts of the DCP on river flows, estuarine habitat conditions, and juvenile Chinook salmon survival, which occur in all months and in all water year types. The consistent negative impacts occur across different iterations of DCP operations from the FEIR, ITPA, and even the ITP, which, with its operational restrictions, is supposed to mitigate these adverse impacts. Thus, the results of DWR's own analysis show that the harmful impacts of the DCP will be manifested across broad swaths of the lower river and upper estuarine ecosystems year-round and in all water year types. For an already degraded and stressed ecosystem with multiple at-risk species, these constant, widespread negative impacts will be a significant harm to fish, aquatic resources, and the ecosystem. So to rebut Dr. Greenwood, even though the amount of water diverted by the DCP will be lower in drier years, it is in these years that the negative impacts of DCP operations reported by Dr. Greenwood in his tables 1 through 4 in his exhibit DWR 00800R, these impacts of DCP operations will intersect with already poor environmental conditions due to dry hydrology, the already degraded ecological and habitat conditions in the lower river and estuary, the already poor population status for most of the affected species, and the already reduced resilience of both fishes and the ecosystems to withstand additional stressors. It is based on these reasons that I argued that the FEIR, and now that I have reviewed them, the ITPA and ITP as well, underestimate the environmental impacts of the DCP. May I have the next slide, please? To rebut Dr. Greenwood's comments, I also reviewed the ITP prepared by CDFW. It too is both flawed and incomplete. Atypically, it does not include an effects analysis to evaluate or support the protection efficacy of the operational restrictions and habitat mitigations that it requires for the DCP. Instead, it apparently relies on the effects analyses provided by DWR in the FEIR and the ITPA, both of which are fundamentally flawed, as I've already described, and both of which assessed different DCP operational conditions than the ITP. The second problem is that in addition to the fact that it only covers some of the at-risk species in this system, the ITP sets protection standards that are on their face insufficiently protective for already critically endangered species that will be affected by the DCP. For example, the ITP allows the DCP construction and operations to proceed so long as there is a less than around 1 in 3 chance that these activities will reduce the annual survival and or larval abundance of protected delta smelt and longfin smelt by no more than 3%. For a project like the DCP that will be under construction and then in operations for decades, a permit that allows even seemingly low levels of potentially periodic population level impacts on annual and short-lived species like delta smelt and longfin smelt will, in my judgment, jeopardize the continued existence of these already at-risk species. Instead, as scientific studies like Kimmel et al. 2022, which is included in my rebuttal testimony, these studies have shown that multiple small threats together have potential to pose large cumulative extinction risk. In my expert opinion, allowing the DCP to have this type, frequency, and level of population impact on delta smelt and longfin smelt is a recipe for extinction for these species. The third problem is the ITP's reliance on future studies as protective measures. While results of these studies will presumably be used to investigate the impacts of the DCP before and after it begins operations, and or to require adjustments in DCP design or operations, there's no certainty that the adverse impacts revealed by these studies can or will be mitigated. Conversely, the ITP fails to require some necessary studies to evaluate the effects of other novel and untested elements of the project, such as the fish screens. As I describe in my rebuttal testimony, both hydraulic studies and biological studies using the fish species that will be exposed to the DCP, including Chinook salmon, delta smelt, longfin smelt, green sturgeon, and white sturgeon, need to be conducted to evaluate the efficacy of the DCP's fish screen design. Finally, the ITP's reliance on tidal and shallow water habitat restoration to mitigate adverse impacts of the DCP is also a problem. There's little or no evidence that restoration of tidal and shallow water habitats that has already occurred has provided any detectable population level benefits for the multiple at-risk species that live and migrate through the system. Nor is there evidence that the current lack of these types of habitats is the factor limiting their abundance and survival. Now, the next slide, please. In my expert opinion, and based on my review of multiple project documents and testimony, I believe that our current understanding of how the DCP will perform, operate, and affect fish, wildlife, and estuarine ecosystem beneficial uses is caught in a useless and vicious circle. The FEIR is based on a singular, flawed, and biased assumption regarding what our future climate will look like. This analytical design area is then perpetuated when it is used to predict future DCP operations, water supply performance, and the effects on fish and aquatic resources. Based on this faulty and biased foundation, the FEIR, the ITPA, and the ITP and Dr. Greenwood then claim that the DCP will have only minor adverse impacts that can be minimized or mitigated. Based on this, the ITP then identifies a few minor operational adjustments, additional studies, and habitat restorations intended to reduce or offset the purportedly minor adverse impacts identified in the original flawed analysis. And then the ITP, which includes no effects analysis to determine or support whether its requirements will avoid harm or mitigate the effects of the DCP, is in turn used to support DWR's claims that the DCP will have no significant adverse impacts on the ecosystem and at-risk fish. Perhaps unknowingly, Dr. Greenwood illustrated this circularity when he summarized his original testimony. He stated that, I quote, "On the basis of the overall similarity in the relative difference between the DCP and the respective baselines in the ITP operational criteria, FEIR, and ITPA," he cites his tables 1, 2, 3, and 4 to show these results. "It is my opinion that the ITP operational criteria will have the potential for generally similar effects as noted in the FEIR and ITPA, and therefore will be reasonably protective of fish and aquatic species of management concern. Such problematic analyses and assessments should not be used as the basis for approving a very large, very environmentally invasive, and very expensive infrastructure project intended to operate for the rest of this century at least. Promises to conduct studies to investigate and evaluate project impacts after the project has been approved are not protective. They're too late. The ultimate effect of this proposal and the planning approach for the DCP by DWR is to shift both the uncertainty and the environmental burden of the project to the public. My testimony, as well as that of other experts, has identified numerous serious problems and foundational flaws with DWR's planning and analysis of the DCP and with their application to the State Board for the new water diversions on the Sacramento River. To solve these problems and to have the scientifically sound and credible information that the State Board needs and should use to decide on DWR's request, the AHO should require that DWR produce new environmental analyses that addresses and corrects these analytical errors and omissions that I and other experts have identified in testimony and multiple reference documents. Absent this critical analysis and information, the State Board should deny DWR's request for new water diversions on the Sacramento River. Thank you. That concludes my summary of my rebuttal testimony.
Thank you, Dr. Swanson. With that, I will look to Ms. Morris. Do you have questions for Dr. Swanson?
I do. Good morning, Dr. Swanson. How are you today? It's nice to see you.
Fine, thank you.
Can Ms. Smolin, could we please pull up FOR 129? And can we scroll to the bottom of this document? Or not, sorry, the bottom of this page is my apologies. Yes. Mr. Flanders, would it be possible to get a corrected version? This is labeled as FOR 137 and on every single page, but there's no other label at the top that corrects the correct number. And also, you might want to correct the name as well. But I think for the record, it would be better if this was labeled the correct exhibit.
I believe you're correct. We'll follow up on that.
Okay, thank you. So I will try to remember FOR 129, but because it's on my written copy, if I accidentally say 137, I apologize. If we could go to page 5 of this document, please. And looking at lines 25 to 8. Dr. Swanson, can you point me to anywhere in any of CDFW's ITP that states that currently available science is insufficient to understand or predict the environmental impacts of DCP?
I'm sorry, did you ask me to state whether or not the ITP has a statement to that effect?
Yes.
Okay, not having the ITP up in front of me, I cannot. However, my statement here is based on my interpretation of the ITP's requirements for additional study and the fact that the ITP actually only authorizes 1 year of operations for the DCP in order to do those studies before they come out with a updated ITP, presumably based on those results.
So is it fair to say that when you say DWR and CDFW have also concluded that the current available science is not sufficient to understand or predict the environmental impacts of the project, that is your opinion, that there's no document either issued by CDFW or DWR that states that, correct?
That was my interpretation based on their requirements for additional studies and also based on CDFW issuing an ITP that is only good for 1 year of operations.
Do you believe that the best available science and information has changed over the last 15 years as it relates to aquatic species in your testimony?
Certainly it has been expanded upon. Some of our foundational understanding of the system has been confirmed by subsequent studies, but in a system like this, which actually has some excellent science going on, the science is always expanding and evolving.
Are you familiar with the ITP permit term that discusses phase 1 and phase 2 operations?
Only in the very general sense.
Can we please pull up AHO 65? And you did say you reviewed this document because your testimony is based on this ITP, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And could we please go to the bottom of page 1? And are you aware, and looking at the date expiring of October 30th, 2045, do you know when the time frame for when DCP operations are anticipated to begin?
It's my understanding that this ITP is particularly relevant and in place during the year before the DCP begins operations and the first year of operations. That was my understanding of the time period in which it covered.
So 2 years, not 1 year, correct?
Yes, and 1 year is before operations and the second year is during operations.
And would you agree that the expiration is October 30th, 2045?
Based on this document, yes.
And can we please go to page 204 of this document? And can we scroll down to the phase 1 and 2? Great, thank you, that's perfect. Did you review section 11.110?
I probably skimmed it. I probably did not spend a lot of time studying that. I was focused more on evaluating what the ITP was going to require with regard to operations.
Can you read the first sentence of that paragraph that begins phase 1 operations?
Phase 1 operations
Not
are all, I
just,
beg your pardon?
I want to ask you some questions. You don't need to read
Oh,
it.
I don't need to write. I beg your pardon.
That's okay.
I've read the first sentence.
And can you also read the first sentence in the phase 2 paragraph shown at the bottom of the screen? And we might need a little bit. Or actually, it's the first sentence is right there.
Yes,
And these paragraphs state that each phase is authorized to operate for no more than 1 calendar year, correct?
that is my understanding.
And would you agree that this allows for no more than 2 years of operations combined between phase 1 and phase 2 before the expiration of the permit in 2045?
That is my understanding.
And given that operations are permitted for at most 2 years before the expiration of the permit, is it fair to say operations would begin roughly in the 2044 timeframe?
I don't know that I can speculate exactly when DCP operations are going to be completed. I think they're anticipated based on this document to begin at that time frame.
Okay. And would you agree that 2044 is about 18 years from today, from 2026?
Yes,
Do you think it's possible that science and best available science can change in 18 years from now?
absolutely.
And would you disagree that it's important to implement aquatic studies to better understand environmental conditions closer to the time of operations?
Repeat that question again. Make sure I've got the negatives and positives correct.
Would you disagree that it's important to implement aquatic studies to better understand environmental conditions closer to the time of operations?
I would not disagree with that.
And based on your understanding, is it correct that aquatic studies included in the ITP would provide a process to both consider best available science and verify previously analyzed impacts closer to the time of operations?
Yes.
Can we pull up, let's see, I think it is page 84 of this doc. And this, if we could scroll down, we're 7, perfect, phase authorization. Have you reviewed the phased authorization requirements associated with the ITP?
Not in any kind of detail. I probably skimmed them, but I could not remember them off the top of my head without reading them now.
Based on your review and understanding, if you have one, of the ITP requirements, do you know whether DWR can move to full operations, i.e. phase 2 operations without CDFW approval?
That is apparently what this says. Yes.
Did you know that when you drafted your testimony?
I cannot recall, but I don't think this particular fact has any bearing on my interpretation of the ITP and my conclusions about it.
Okay. If we could please, Ms. Mullen, go back to FOR 129. And page 13, please. I wanted to direct your attention to lines 14 through 20 of this section of your testimony. Did you review the DCP ITP diversion criteria?
Briefly, yes.
Let's go ahead. Sorry to go back and forth, but I need to anchor us. So can we go back to AHO 65, and that's the ITP, and go to page 205. So this is 11.111, diversion criteria. Did you read this section prior to drafting your testimony?
Yes.
And if we could scroll down to page 206. Yes, in the transitional section. Under this section, can you read to yourself the third bullet, please? The one that starts total North Delta intake diversions may take.
Yes.
Is it correct that the ITP includes range of diversions during the transitional conditions between 6 and 10%?
Under the Sacramento River flow conditions, yes, that appears to be what the ITP says.
And do you know whether DWR modeled the higher range of the ITP criteria for this hearing, meaning the 10% rather than the 6%?
I do not.
And the DCP can only divert higher than 6% if it's approved through a risk assessment process, correct?
I do not know the answer to that question.
If you are looking at the third bullet when you read it, do you see that it says, do you see where it says, if approved? So it says between 6 to 10% of the 24 running average, if approved through condition of approval 11.111.5 in response to a risk assessment, demonstrate that
Yes.
So would you agree that it cannot move above 6% unless there is a risk assessment?
Actually, as I read this, it says North Delta diversions may take between 6 and 10% if approved through condition approval in response to a risk assessment.
Demonstrating that increased diversions will not cause covered fish species biological criteria to be exceeded, correct?
Yes, my response was in response to your suggestion that the intakes could take no more than 6%, whereas this says they can take between 6 and 10%.
Do you see the second bullet above?
Unless otherwise approved, yes.
Okay, so you agree it's 6%, and then the third bullet says between 6 and 10%, which might be an increase based on a risk assessment, correct?
Seems to be.
Okay. And did you review, well, actually, let's go down, just to be efficient, let's scroll down to the flow dominated section. And I think it splits pages, so we might have to start here. Can you read the last bullet shown on the screen? And we might need to do it a little bit more. It says total North Delta intake diversions may take between.
Yes.
And is it true in these flow dominated conditions that the DCP includes a range of diversions between 10 and 12%?
That is what this says.
And similarly, if a DCP would divert higher than 10%, it would only be if approved through a risk assessment process, correct?
That appears to be what the second bullet says, yes.
Do you have any reason to disagree with that?
No.
Okay, can we go to PDF page 209? And if we can go to, yeah, so you see the 11.111.3 North Delta Diversion Monitoring Team?
I do.
Did you review that prior to your testimony?
I probably read it at least once, yes.
And can you read just the first 5 lines of that section?
Yes.
Isn't it correct that this states the monitoring team will consider environmental conditions such as hydrology in the risk assessment?
Yes,
So if there were relatively drier hydrologic conditions in the future, this team would consider that risk in the risk assessment, correct?
that's what this says. Yes.
Do you have any reason to doubt that would occur?
Objection calls for speculation.
To the extent you have a response within your expertise, Dr. Swanson.
I think the confusion that I would have about this is the distinction between considering these environmental conditions and a risk assessment, and then the actual connection between that and changes in operations in the DCP operations.
Did you review the section of this document that talks about how risk assessments would be used and who would be on the team in order to make decisions regarding those risk assessments?
I can't recall specifically whether I reviewed and detailed that section. No.
Okay. And if we can go back to FOR 129, please. And page 14, lines 10 to 11 is where I'm looking. Here you state that ITP includes relatively small amounts of tidal and shallow water habitat, correct?
Yes.
Based on that statement, do you believe more restoration is needed?
Objection vague and incomplete hypothetical.
Do you need more? Well, Ms. Morris, can you be a little more specific?
Okay, let me try this again. I thought it was clear, but it appears that you believe more restoration is needed based on your statement that relatively small amounts of tidal and shallow water habitat are part of the ITP. Do you agree that some amount of restoration can provide benefits to fish species?
I think it's very well demonstrated that this system has lost large proportions of its former tidal and wetland habitat, and that has been detrimental to the ecosystem and to fishes. However, we have been making efforts to restore habitat in this system, albeit in relatively small increments, for decades, and we are unable to detect any population level benefits of those restoration efforts so far. That was the basis of my interpretation that the small amounts of restoration proposed as part of the ITP probably were going to not provide meaningful benefits to the system and mitigate or offset the adverse impacts of the DCP.
Do you agree that restoration can provide benefits to fish species?
We have very little evidence of that, particularly in the Delta.
Do you recall, based on your statement of small amounts, the amount of tidal and shallow water habitat the ITP requires?
I do not quantitatively.
Did you look at that number before you made that statement?
I did.
So in your, I can pull it up, but I'm trying to move us through our day here. So if you think that 3,500 acres of habitat for salmonids and sturgeon, 1,350 roughly for longfin smelt, and another 1,500 for smelt spawning habitat is a small amount of habitat restoration.
Yes.
And if we could go to page 6, lines 22 to 28. Looking at the lines 22 to 28, I have a question for you, and I'm not asking you for a legal opinion. I'm asking you for your understanding. Do you have an understanding of the differences between CISA and CEQA requirements?
Not in any specific detail.
And if we could go to page 7, lines 18 through 21. Dr. Swanson, in this section, you opine that many of the fish species that will be exposed to the DCP are already on the edge of extinction, correct?
Yes.
You don't provide a site for a particular site for that, nor any species, correct?
Yes.
And you don't say how many of the species you believe that statement applies to, correct?
I did not specify that, no.
Offhand, are you able to list which species you're talking about?
Offhand, and the ones that were top of mind as I wrote this are Delta smelt, longfin smelt, winter run Chinook salmon, spring run Chinook salmon, green sturgeon, and white sturgeon.
If we can go if we could pull up DWR 1177, it's a document that we marked and moved into the FTP, so we might need to pause.
Sure. And you said DWR 1177?
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you. And just give us a moment, please.
While we're doing that, Hearing Officer Kinsey, I have, a fair number of questions, and just looking at the time, curious if you have thoughts taking a break. And
we can either, yeah, it's up to you whether we could do our lunch break now. I assumed we would go after lunch, so we can do our lunch break now, and just give us an hour if this is a good breaking point.
We could do that now, or I can get through a couple more questions.
Couple more. That sounds good. Let me just make sure this has been moved over.
Yeah, if we need more time to move it over, we can do that. And if you want to move 1178 over as well.
Great. Thank you for that heads up.
Excuse me. I'm hearing trickling water. I don't know if anyone else is hearing it.
Great.
It's very faint, but it's just been in the background and I'm not sure where it's coming from. I'm not hearing it now, though.
I was hearing it too.
Interesting. And I'm sorry for the pause here. All right. We should have it moved over. And we should be ready to go.
Okay,
and
great.
Hopefully no one is flooding.
It's not here. Okay. Are you familiar with this with the midwater trawl that CDFW produces?
Yes, I am.
And if we could This is the one for the date is January 6, 2026, and it's the fall mid-water trawl from the 2025 annual fish abundance and distribution summary, correct?
That is what this says.
Okay, and if we could go to page 5. And we might need to scroll, just I think you can see some of this. Yes, they're perfect. That's perfect. On this page, it says there was an increase in the abundance index for longfin smelt of 57% from the prior year, correct?
That's what that says.
And the last 5 years have had abundance indices in the hundreds, correct?
I'm not certain whether that's written anywhere,
I think you have
but
to
based on reviewing the bars on the chart, I would suggest that's probably true.
And would you agree that there seems to be a similar order of magnitude to most of the years since about 2001 to 2002?
The abundance of the species appears relatively flat based on this graph. Yes.
And you also mentioned green sturgeon. If we could pull up DWR 1178. I can hear the water noise again.
I do. I hear it too.
Well, I can see if it's me.
I don't hear it now, but it's faint. It could be a microphone. It may not actually be water. It could be a technology sound.
Okay. Okay. And have you reviewed this paper?
I have not.
Well, just to orient you, this paper is discussing green sturgeon and investigating river discharge, species identification, sampling technology, survey extent, and possible spawning cyclic dominance. If we could go to page 2. Under methods at the bottom. Thank you. And if you need to review that section on methods, you can, but I will ask the question. And it appears to note that the study location is in the upper Sacramento River, correct?
That is what it says.
And if we could move to figure 6 on page 8. And yes, focus on the spawner estimates on the bottom left panel. Do you see that under figure 6?
I do.
This figure shows estimates of spawners for different methods of calculation, correct?
Having not read the paper, I really can't say anything other than what it says in the figure caption.
Do you disagree that what's shown is not estimates for different methods of calculation? Like corrected SSS, corrected DID, SON, SSS counts?
That's what it is, but I do not know, and not having read this paper, how those measurements were made or what they mean by corrected SSS or corrected DIDSON or adjusted DIDSON.
And I have one question, and then I appreciate you haven't read the paper, but I still have a couple more questions on this. And marked on this figure is the broken orange line is an approximate recovery goal, correct? If you read the bottom sentence under figure 6, that's what it says.
That is what that sentence says.
And given that you haven't read the paper, hypothetically, if you looked at this paper and saw spawner estimates that are above the orange line, which is labeled as an approximate recovery goal, would that indicate to you a species that is on the edge of extinction?
Not having read the paper or knowing the methods underneath this, or other aspects of this species biology, no, I'm not going to speculate one way or the other on that.
Well, it's a hypothetical question. And so you can caveat it how you want, but I'm asking you a hypothetical question because you haven't read the paper.
Asked and answered. I believe the witness does not wish to render this opinion based on the paper that she's not read.
I think that's fair, Ms. Morris. I'm not sure which part would be hypothetical. If you're asking, let's move on.
We could go back to FOR 129. And looking at page 8, lines 1 through 19. Actually, I am going to move into a different section, so this might be a good breaking spot now that we've got you.
Great. Let's plan to break, but before we go, I had a chance over our little break to think about page numbers, page length for closing briefs. And I had a chance to look at what we did with sites. So I'm not making a final decision here, but I'm just putting out a thought, which is at first I thought, no way do I want 1,000 pages of brief. But I do think, in thinking about this proceeding, there are more, I think, more uniquely situated parties or parties who are bringing up a variety of interests than we had in the site proceeding. There we had, quite a number, but I think there are more here. So it may make sense to double the number, certainly not more. The closer you could, so that would be 1,000 would be double, and that's total for both um, the initial closing briefs as well as responsive briefs. The way we did it in sites was to have the responsive briefs 2/3 of the length of the initial closing briefs, which I think here, if you did the math, would be 600 total for all parties for the initial responsive briefs, and then 400. I'm sorry, the initial closing briefs, and then 400 for the responsive briefs, if you wanted to divide it that way. That said, I think I could leave it up to you. I don't expect it would be a 50-50 split. I think there are more protestants here. So part of this is acknowledging in the page limits is acknowledging that some of the protestants will need pages to just explain the background of their situation, how the facts that are relevant to their particular issue. But we can talk about it more, but that would be, I guess I would say my expectation is certainly not more than 1,000 total. The closer you get to 750, which is also divisible by these numbers in nice ways, 450 and 300. That would be, but thinking if you want to.
Yeah, I think it makes it easier to discuss. I agree that protestants, there are several that have coordinated and have not coordinated and do have unique issues, but I will also note that DWR, the state water contractors, have to respond to all of those arguments as well. So yes, I think we can. Well, let's attempt to meet and confer and see if we can come up with something within those ranges and bring it back to you.
Thank you. And I will, if there are others who want to jump in, I realize not everyone might be on right now. Before we close the end of the day, I'd certainly be willing to hear from you, but that's my general thought. With that, let's go ahead and break for lunch and return at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record? I see you were off mute to the court reporter, but I couldn't hear you. Or you can give us a thumbs up if you're ready. Or raise your hand. I don't know. I don't know if you're allowed to give a thumbs up. I think we've disabled emojis.
While we're here, I'd also be curious if people are still hearing the running water.
I don't hear it.
Better? Okay, I had a fan on over there. I turned the fan off.
Okay. So I'm going to take the court reporter, the hands up meaning yes, we're ready, as in let's go. And we will proceed. I see we have Dr. Swanson, Mr. Flanders, and Ms. Morris. So I think back to you, Ms. Morris.
I assume we still have Miss Mullen.
Yes, we do.
If we could please pull up FOR 129. And page 8, please. And I'm specifically looking at lines 1 through 19. And Dr. Swanson, in this section of your rebuttal, you are summarizing DCP calcium 3 modeling results, correct?
Yes, those modeling results were presented in tables 1 through 4 in the testimony of Dr. Greenwood.
Yes, we're going to get there. And if we then could go to 800R, DWR 800R, please. And I think this is, oh, you know what? I think I made a mistake. I think it's 800 updated. Is this the one that's titled 800 updated? Because there was 800R and then there was 800.
And 800 updated.
Yeah. Okay, I think this is the right one. Thank you. If we could go to page 40, please. And this is one of the tables that you were summarizing information from.
I believe so.
Okay. And I'm struggling because maybe this is not the right one because my page numbers are 44 and 45. So I know we looked on the FTP and I believe the way it's titled is 800 updated. I'm not sure if it had an R though. Now I can't remember. No R, just said 800 updated. And that was the version that was moved into evidence.
I believe the version that I use is DWR-00800R. It was pages 32 to 43.
Right, but that's not the most recent testimony. So
yeah, let me, I'm just pulling it up here too. Give me a moment. All right, I see we have, yes, we have an 800 Greenwood testimony update, which I believe is what is open.
okay. Let's use this then. So do these tables look like what you were using to summarize the information in your testimony? This is one of those tables for X2.
I believe so.
Okay. And in your testimony, you provide the ranges for percentage reductions based on the FEIR, the ITPA, and the ITP comparisons, correct?
Yes.
But would you agree that the relevant column for the project at this point in time is the ITP, the column on the far right?
I'm not certain what you mean by relevant.
Well, the ITP comes after the ITP application in general, correct? So now the project has been refined based on the ITP criteria.
My understanding is that the data in the ITP come from DWR applying their modeling and analytical approach to operations that included the restrictions in the ITP to the extent they could define them into the models, yes.
And would you agree that DWR cannot go back and operate to the operational criteria in FEIR?
I have no idea.
Well, have you ever had a permit for strike that? Are you aware of how DWR could not go with the ITP permit and the conditions therein?
It's my understanding that the project, if it were permitted and built, would be subject to operating per what the ITP required it to do.
So would you agree that based on those requirements, that the ITP column would be the most relevant for the project at this point in time?
I'm going to object just as an incomplete hypothetical and calls for legal conclusions as to what other legal constraints you may or may not permit changes in operations.
I think that's fair, Ms. Morris. I mean, I'm thinking the ITP has an expiration date, so I think it's open to judgment as to what that means.
As we sit here today, if the project were to operate in 12 years, would it be operating to the ITP conditions?
Again, same objection. This is an incomplete hypothetical, calls for speculation and a legal conclusion as to a number of other factors that might go into the project operation.
I will allow the question just based on your understanding, Dr. Swanson.
If the project, I think as I understand the construct here, the question is, of these three operational criteria, which is the one that presumably is the one the project would operate to, that it would be the ITP.
And looking at this page for X2 and scanning down the column, the largest difference in the ITP column is in January as 1.4 kilometers, correct?
I cannot see actually the whole column, so I don't know whether that's the largest difference.
Do you want to take a minute of above years?
This table is multiple pages long.
Can you keep scrolling then, Ms. Mullen, please? And I was, well, if you don't, it's fine. If you don't know, as you sit here and you don't have a copy in front of you, is that you can't answer based on the information. You can't answer it without scrolling through this and you don't have a copy in front of you. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And let's go back to FOR 129. And on page, excuse me, I think it's the same page, lines 14. Yes, 14 through 19. You're summarizing Chinook salmon survival modeling results provided by Dr. Greenwood, correct?
Yes.
And do you know whether these results include consideration of DCP specific mitigation measures?
These results that I'm summarizing were from those tables, which included results calculated of the differences between the project and presumed DCP operations for the FEIR, the ITPA, and the ITP. So I'm sorry, now go back to the question. I beg your pardon.
Do you know whether the results in the ITP column include consideration of DCP specific mitigation measures?
I believe it incorporates the DCP specific mitigation measures that are included in the ITP, yes.
And do you know whether the results reflect the ITP operational criteria?
That's what I meant, the operational criteria. That's the only thing they're modeling.
That's you meant operational criteria to mean DCP specific mitigation measures? Now I'm confused.
It's my understanding that the modeling output that DWR prepared there essentially overlaid the operational restrictions and requirements outlined in the ITP on top of their calcium analysis to yield those results. The reason I made a distinction between operational restrictions and mitigation is that I do not believe those results in that table incorporate any kind of analysis of the effects of other mitigation measures, for example, habitat restoration.
And do you recall on the tables, which the tables we were looking at were different. So what you cited to here when I'm asking you these questions about Chinook salmon is 800, is DWR 807, not 800. So are you maybe confusing the tables? Let's pull up 807. I think those are what you're citing to, not the tables we just looked at. And I'm going to try this question one more time. And I'm not trying to trigger, maybe I'm not asking it well. Do you know whether the results in the tables that you originally cited to, that we just went over in 800R, include consideration of DCP specific mitigation measures? For example, do you know if they include looking at a gate or like what we frequently call a BFF? Do you know if it includes that type of analysis? Don't know, that's okay. I'm trying to.
I do not know beyond what information would have been presented in the text of Dr. Greenwood's written testimony, whichever version that was, other than what was specified in the table headings, which describes what the results were.
I think we can at least agree on this. In lines 14 through 17, you are citing numbers, and those numbers for juvenile Chinook salmon through Delta survival are based on tables in DWR 807. Is that correct?
The juvenile survival table was in Dr. Greenwood's rebuttal testimony, I believe, I believe that was in the rebuttal testimony, but it was not in the earlier testimony.
Which is what you cited is DWR 807, correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. Let's pull up DWR 807. 807, and I want to go to page 44, 45 that you cite.
And this is 807R2, just
oh, thank you.
for record.
Thank you. Okay. And in these tables, do you know whether these results include consideration of the DCP specific mitigation measures?
No, these tables appear to be, but I'm not seeing all of them. They appear to be restricted to the ITPA. So that actually would not include the ITP restrictions.
And in your testimony, you gave 3.8% as the largest survival reduction, correct?
I'd have to look at my testimony.
Do you need us to pull it up, or do you have a copy in front of you?
I do not have a copy in front of me.
Okay, we're gonna come back to this, but can we go back please to one? I'm looking and I have the wrong number. 120.
29, I believe, is the testimony.
Thank you.
Page 8,
I think that's where we were.
I think.
Perfect.
Okay, survival reached 84% of years by as much as 3.8%.
So you would agree?
Oh, that's what I'm writing a note. The other thing I'll note is that in Dr. Greenwood's tables, he's providing 3 columns, which are all making these calculations based on different other conditions, specifically with the adjusted hydrology and the 0% reduction in straying. That is the column that I was using.
Okay. And but I'm just confirming, you gave 3.8% as the largest survival reduction, correct?
Yes, that's what I wrote here.
Can we please go back to 807R2? And looking at this table, when you were looking at if we could scroll, do you see the top, the BF, where it says BFF is the bioacoustic fish fence?
Yes.
And the 3.8% reduction that you cited is in the percentage reduction with the BAF at 0%, correct? And that looks to be in January of below normal years.
Hold on here.
Kind of middle of the page under BAF 0.
Are you on the right? Are they on the I believe I use the columns on the right, and under BAF 0%, you're saying January below normal years. There it is. Yes, 3.8.
Okay. And is BAF being 0 what you meant by assume 0 reduction in straying into Georgiana Slough in your testimony?
Yes.
And if you'd chosen BAF 50%, the difference would be 3.4%, correct? If we use that same time frame and month.
Yes.
And for the BAF 67%, the difference would be 3.2%, correct?
Yes.
And the next largest difference appears to me, and you can, if I'm wrong, we can assume that I'm right, and if I'm wrong, it's okay, is February of above normal years, correct?
February of above normal years shows under the 0% BAF a 3.7 decrease in survival.
And the difference in that with the BAF 50% is negative 3.2%, correct?
Yes.
And the difference for the BAF 50% is 3%, correct?
Yes.
And both of those numbers are lower than the 0% BAF at 3.7%.
Yes.
Do you know whether DWR is required to operate a BAF at the Georgiana Slough Junction as part of its State Water Project incidental take permit?
No.
You don't know one way or the other?
That is correct.
Would you agree that if DWR is required to operate a BAF, that using the 0% would not be the most accurate number to use?
I don't know what you mean by the question. Are you saying if DWR in fact is operates with the acoustic barrier going, that if I were looking to see what the effects of the DCP would be under those conditions, it would be more appropriate to use those columns. I chose to use the 0% because it seemed to be the simplest one and assume the fewest other alterations.
Can we pull up? No, it's all right. I don't want to pull up another thing. Let's go back to your testimony. FOR 129. Page 9, lines 16 through 18. Dr. Swanson, here you state that the FEIR assessments of near-field effects for other species were limited to qualitative assessments and an assumption that the delta smelt velocity criteria was sufficiently protective, correct?
Yes.
And can we pull up AHO 1099? This is the Fish and Aquatic Resources chapter from the FEIR. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
And can we please go to page 220 and lines 17 through 18? Do you see that it states that the laboratory investigation suggested split tail exposed to fish screens do not have significant sublethal effects or increased mortality, and cites Danley et al. 2002?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the Danley et al. Paper cited here?
Only in a very general sense.
Can we please pull up what's been marked as DWR 1173? Oh, 1179, my apologies. This is one I think that has to be moved over. So if we need to pause for Mr. Flanders to get it.
Understood.
And while we're pausing, if we could scroll down to the bottom of the first page where the abstract is. If it's page 2, sorry. Yeah. And Dr. Swanson, do we need to make it a little bigger so you can read it?
If you need me to read it, yes.
Yeah. I kind of need you to read it.
And it's been moved over, DWR 1179.
Okay, great. So can you just read the last sentence of where it begins, since split tail exposed to a wedge wire fish screens at elevated water velocities?
Yes.
And would you agree that the language in this paper is similar and consistent with the DCP FEIR language we just looked at?
I'd have to go back and look at that one. With apologies for making you switch documents.
Okay, okay, we can go back to AHO 1099 and it should open on, Miss Mullen always keeps it on, it opens on the page, I think, 220 lines 17 through 18. Thank you, Miss Mullen.
Yes. So what was the question again, please?
So would you agree that the language in the last sentence of the abstract you just looked at is consistent with the language in the DCP FEIR?
It appears to be a summary of that. Yes.
Okay. And it's consistent, right?
Yes.
Thank you. And then if we could go back to FOR 129, page 10, lines 14 through 15. Dr. Swanson, in this section, you're discussing the NOAA Fisheries' most recent guidance on fish screen and operational criteria, correct?
I'm sorry, which lines did you say?
I'm just looking at this lines kind of 8 through 17 in general?
Yes, I've read them.
Okay, but my question was, in this discussion, you were discussing NOAA Fisheries' most recent guidance on fish and operational criteria, correct?
Yes.
And you note in lines 13 to 16 that the original guidance document that you cited, as well as the more recent document cited by Dr. Greenwood, are both specific for salmonids, correct?
Yes.
And you go on to note that in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta and for the DCP fish screens, the required fish screen criteria are based on delta smelt protection and are more restrictive than fish screen criteria for salmonids, correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
So the DCP fish screens are required to meet more restrictive criteria than are currently required for salmonids, correct?
Yes.
And if we could go to page 11 of this testimony, lines 1 to 3. And Dr. Swanson, here you state that fish will be exposed to a screen water diversion with cylindrical fish screens that extends 900 feet along the riverbank, correct?
Yes.
When you say they will be exposed, that seems like quite a definite statement. Do you have evidence that they, being the fish, will definitely be exposed to all of the fish screens?
I'm trying to figure out what you mean by that. They're in the environment in which the fish screen exists. Will they always be in close proximity to it? No, but they are potentially exposed to the entire facility depending on where in the water they are, at what location, and how fast they're traveling in which directions.
Right, but potentially is not will, correct? Those are different. It may be or it will be. That's what I'm trying to understand.
I think we're discussing a matter of degree. By definition, the fish in the river are going to be exposed to the fish screen.
But whether they encounter it,
True.
you don't know, correct?
And by encounter, I mean you come in, I assume you mean come into physical contact.
Correct.
And that, hopefully they don't, but they're certainly exposed to the fish screen and to the hydraulic influence that the intake has.
Is it possible that fish could only encounter one screen and then swim somewhere else in the river?
It depends on what you mean by encounter.
Do you know a fish is going to swim along all 3 screens in close proximity?
I think it is definitely possible, depending on the size of the fish and their location in the river. In some cases, the fish can become entrained in the flow, passing by the screen, in which case they travel, if they're traveling downstream, potentially in close proximity to the screen. So the point I was trying to make here is that the screen is 900 feet long, comprised of these 30 some odd units, each of which is 30 feet. The likelihood of a fish, in my judgment, based on my understanding of fish biology and flows, etc., the likelihood of a fish encountering the flow field of the screen such that they're exposed to the screen for only one of those units, which are in a long lateral array, is highly unlikely that it would only be one.
Do you have a specific reference that shows continual near field close proximity of a fish to a fish screen along 900 feet of a river similar to the width of the Sacramento River where the intakes would be located?
with the specifics of that, similar to the Sacramento River? No. However, the studies that I conducted during my postdoctoral research at UC Davis used an apparatus that was intended to simulate a very long flat plate screen. And in those studies, the fish often were in very close proximity to the screen relative to the entire width of the flume for very prolonged periods of time under flow conditions that are similar to the approach and sweeping velocities that are required for the DCP screen. So I can, based on my understanding of fish biology, I can absolutely see a fish encountering the upstream end of this screen and then essentially continuing to be exposed in relatively close proximity for the entire length of the screen, assuming the fish is moving downstream.
Interesting. In that study, what was the width of your apparatus?
It was approximately 2.5 feet. It was not that wide.
And do you know whether the width of the Sacramento River at the intakes is 200 feet?
I don't know the width of the Sacramento River, but I will acknowledge that it is much wider than the flume that we used.
And would you agree that it's possible that fish could be completely unexposed to the intakes? For example, not passing anywhere near them at all?
There will be places in the river where the hydraulic influence of the intakes is not detectable. And so in those areas, I think you could make the argument that the fish was not directly exposed to the fish stream or the intake.
Can we go, please, to page 15 of this document, Ms. Mullen? And directing your attention, Dr. Swanson, to lines 7 through 16. In this section of your rebuttal testimony, you are opining that the DCP ITP sets protection standards that are not sufficiently protective, correct?
Yes.
And the example that you provide is in the ITP, correct?
Yes.
And that at page 216. Let's look at that. So if we could pull up AHO, you agree you're citing to the ITP at page 216. Just want to make sure before we move to another document.
Yes.
Okay, great. And can we please go to AHO 65? And let's go to page 216. And if we could scroll down to the SMELT criteria, great. And were you citing to the SMELT biological criterion 1 shown on this screen?
Yes.
And did you see below that there's a second biological criterion?
I did see it. I didn't reference that one.
Do you see one in one it states, oh, sorry,
I think it was just feedback. I'm not sure what that was.
Okay, all good. In the second criterion, do you see that it states that phase 1 and phase 2 operations do not result in a net negative change in delta smelt or longfin smelt population growth rate to baseline conditions?
Objection, misstates the language of the document.
I know we're reading from, where are you reading from, Ms. Morris?
I'm reading from the SMELT biological criteria 2, where it says permittee shall in
okay.
1 and phase 2 operations do not result in a net negative change in DS, which is delta smelt, or LFS, which is longfin smelt, population growth rate relative to baseline conditions as measured using the DS LFS life cycle models required by condition of approval 10.21.2.
And the question is whether Dr. Swanson sees that?
Yes.
I do.
And so if there is not a net negative change to the population growth rate, the population growth rate would remain the same as the baseline condition, correct?
To the extent that you can actually measure population growth rate in these species whose populations are so low.
And if the population growth rate remained the same as the baseline, then the DCP would not be changing the extinction risk, correct?
I'm not certain. I'm not certain how to answer that question. However, I think that statement is not correct, in large part because for both of these species, they are already at such low population numbers that just by definition of that population number, not necessarily a population growth rate, they are at risk of extinction.
Are you aware in the ITP that the other covered species have similar requirements as shown in SMELT biological criterion 2 that we just discussed?
I didn't tend to focus on those when I was reviewing this document. So I have to say, actually, probably I'm not specifically aware, no.
And if we want to scroll down, we can look. So we can scroll down where it begins 11.116, winter and spring run, and it goes down to criterion 2. And do you see that similar language? We probably have to continue on to the bottom of page 217 about ensuring, I won't characterize it so as to not get an objection, but do you see that it has similar language to the biological criterion 2 we just looked at above?
It does appear to, yes.
And if we can scroll down to 11.117 white sturgeon, and that biological criterion 2, does it also contain similar language?
Yes.
And let's go back to your testimony, 129, please. And I think on that same page, in lines 15 through 16, you opine that DCP will likely contribute to extinction of the species that you're talking about in this section, correct?
That is my opinion.
And you cite Kimmel et al. 2022 to support that, correct?
That is correct.
And can we please pull up FOR 131? Ms. Mullen, thank you. Would you, and if we could be able to see kind of the whole of the abstract, Kimmel et al. Is a modeling paper discussing extinction risks, correct?
Yes.
And in looking at the middle of the abstract, it mentions, as an example, it mentioned in the abstract, the authors talk about 10 individual threats, each posing a 1% extinction risk, which cumulatively makes a 9.7% extinction risk, correct? Do you see that?
I do.
So a 9.7% extinction risk means a 90.3 probability of no extinction, correct?
I'm not certain that that would be the correct way to interpret that.
It is not the correct way, or you don't know?
I'm not certain whether it's appropriate to do that kind of math on the percent extinction risk. In other words, to say that a 9% extinction risk equates to a 91% probability of population increase or non-extinction. I would not, as a scientist, I would not be comfortable using the numbers that way.
Have you done any quantitative analysis of the extinction risk associated with DCP?
No.
Dr. Swanson, do you know whether CDFW found that the DCP would or would not jeopardize the continued existence of the fish species that it covers?
let me make sure I heard you. You're asking me whether DFW?
Or I said CDFW.
Same thing. Okay. I'm sorry. Repeat the question. I apologize.
That's okay. Do you know whether CDFW found that the DCP would or would not jeopardize the continued existence of the fish species that the ITP covered?
So DFW makes that statement in the ITP. However, the ITP contains no analysis and does not describe any analysis they did to support that particular conclusion because it has no effects analysis. So they are speculating, I would argue.
Okay. Can we please pull up DWR 1180? That's a new exhibit that was marked and put in the FTP site. Did you review CDFW's findings of fact for the DCP project shown on the screen?
No.
If we could, do you agree that's what this is, what this document purports to be?
Yes.
And can we please go to PDF page 203?
Can we just, I'm sorry, Ms. Morris, can we just scroll down, and this is to Ms. Mullen, scroll down and see the date on this?
Sure. It should be February 2025.
Got it. Thank you. And then I'm sorry, I interrupted the page number.
Oh, that's okay. 203. I have good news. I'm getting very close to being done. So, do you see here under section J, where it states that CDF finds that the issuance of the ITP will not jeopardize the continued existence of any of the covered species?
I see that language, yes.
And then if we need to scroll down so you can see more of this, would you agree that it summarizes the information that that California Department of Fish and Wildlife based their findings on?
It may do that. I certainly could not testify to that, having not read this document.
Well, if you could scroll up, please, Ms. Mullen, a little bit. Do you see that on the second sentence where it says CDFW's finding is based on the best scientific and other information reasonably available, including various analyses prepared specifically for and during the preparation of the ITP?
Yes.
And then do you then see that it states this information includes but is not limited to, and then it lists several pieces of information?
Yes.
Would you agree that this is a summary of at least what CDFW said that they were basing their findings on, correct?
That is what seems to be written here.
And in the middle of the page, in the middle of this section, I'm trying to think about how best to direct you to be able to see it. It's almost precisely in the middle. Do you see it says natural history, and then it says and CDFW modeling to support criteria for operations of the Delta Conveyance Project. Do you see that?
I think CDF modeling support criteria for operations of the Delta Conveyance Project. Yes, I see that.
And would you agree that that's one of the items mentioned by CDFW to support their findings?
Objection. We've gone for some period of time now with Ms. Morris simply reading this document. Is there a question about it for the witness within the scope of her report?
Getting there. I'm laying
Or We're going there? Okay, as long as we're in that direction. Dr. Swanson, well, I think you answered that. You see that? I'm not sure what the pending question was. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'll skip it, but I think it's been made. And in your testimony, you opined that CDFW hadn't done any effects analysis for the ITP, correct?
There was no effects analysis included in the ITP document.
But the statements that we just reviewed here by CDFW and their findings suggest that they did do modeling to support operations criteria, correct?
States that they did modeling to support criteria for operations of the Delta Conveyance Project in the administrative record. It doesn't say under what iteration of the operations they modeled or upon which they based those models. And as I have previously testified, the models and model outputs provided by DWR are themselves deeply flawed. So not having looked at all of these documents, I have no specific understanding of exactly what they did. And if they're based on DWR's modeling, I have very little confidence in them.
Well, I appreciate your opinion and feelings and statements about that. But again, I asked about CDFW modeling. That's not DWR modeling, correct?
The modeling they would have done if they were looking at DCP operations would have included DWR's modeling of those operations.
Have you reviewed the modeling?
Which modeling?
Modeling that's being discussed in this document.
That particular modeling, the DFW modeling of no.
So as you sit here today, you don't know what that consists of, correct?
That is correct.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you so much, Dr. Swanson, for answering my questions thus far.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. I will look to the room whether others, I don't have anyone marked, but whether others have questions for Dr. Swanson. And I don't have additional questions, so I will look to you, Mr. Flanders. Do you have redirect?
I do not.
All right, then with that, Dr. Swanson, thank you so much for your time today, and thank you for your testimony and answering all of our questions. You are excused.
Thank you.
All right, we can hopefully wrap up fairly quickly. Things on my list that I owe you, I think you can expect next week to see an amended hearing notice, which adds the July 8th date for Ms. Desjardins' testimony, and then the additional days on August 31st and September 3rd for Sir rebuttal. I will also memorialize the deadlines for identification of protestants' rebuttal exhibits to be offered into the evidentiary record. That will be Wednesday, July 1st. We have DWR's deadline for responses, for objections to that offer of evidence on August 12th. I was going to look in mid-late September and identify a date. I will go ahead and identify a date once I have a time to sit down with my calendar. If there are any concerns about that date or anything else in the hearing notice, we can address it on July 8th. Or you can submit something in writing. Actually, preferable to submit something in writing in advance, then I'll have a chance to think about it. And then I had given a range of 750 to 1,000 closing brief pages, which sounds like a lot, but hopefully I realize there are a lot of parties to divide that among, and that includes both the initial closing brief as well as response briefs. But that is something that I understand the parties will discuss further amongst themselves after July 24th, that deadline for DWR to submit its rebuttal evidence. And then we will, of course, have hearing days in August where we can confirm deadlines for closing briefs. Are there other procedural items we should address before we end for today? And our next date to reconvene is July 8th. Mr. Krieger, please.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kenzie. I think for the record and to comply with your prior procedural ruling related to Sir rebuttal, you asked that the petitioners or parties aligned with petitioners formally request Sir rebuttal on the last day of hearing. And so on behalf of State Water Contractors, I am requesting Sir rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I had assumed, but no, DWR did it earlier, but you're right. I think State Water Contractors had not formally. So thank you. Noted. Is there anything else we should address before I release you for your weekend and a week away from the hearing? All right. Thank you so much for your efficiency and professionalism today. We got a lot done and we are adjourned. Thank you.